Segment 1. The Invisible Rulebook. Imagine you're playing a game, but nobody gave you the instructions. You just look around and do what everyone else is doing, hoping you're doing it right. That's how many of us live, unconsciously following what I call the social default bias. It's the cheat code most people don't realize they're using. A hidden tendency to go along with the crowd simply because it feels normal and therefore safe. Think of it like joining a parade midway. You have no idea where it started or what the destination is, but because everyone's marching, you assume you should too. In real life, this shows up as blindly chasing college, a job, marriage, not necessarily because you want these things, but because they're part of the invisible, default script society hands out. Everyone else seems to be doing it, so we do too. One example, choosing a traditional 9-to-5 because it's what's expected, not what aligns with who you are. Or buying clothes that match a trend, even if they don't reflect your taste. People do this because it's easier to blend in than to stand out. We crave comfort, we want approval, and we fear being wrong. But the cost of following the herd is waking up one day unsure who you've actually become. You can recognize this bias when you catch yourself doing things just because they're what people do. Pause and ask, would I still be doing this if no one was watching? If the answer is no, you've found a default worth breaking. Gently challenge it by asking, what would I choose if I weren't afraid? You don't need to live by invisible rules. You can choose your path, your pace, and your peace. Segment 2. The spotlight isn't on you. Have you ever walked into a room and felt as if every eye was observing you, scrutinizing every detail? This sensation is more common than you might think. But here's a calming truth. The spotlight isn't really on you. This feeling is described by the spotlight effect, a psychological phenomenon where we overestimate how much other people notice our actions and appearance. It's as if we believe ourselves to be the main character in everyone else's story, while in reality, people are more consumed with their own narratives. Picture this. You arrive at a party and suddenly realize you've spilled something on your outfit. You're convinced everyone has noticed and is silently judging. The reality? Most guests are preoccupied with their own conversations and experiences and hardly notice. Think back to a moment at work when you stumbled during a presentation, worrying incessantly that everyone was judging your every slip-up. But in truth, your colleagues were probably more concerned with their own projects and deadlines. This tendency is driven by our desire to be perceived in a positive light, leading us to imagine we're under intense observation. This distortion can make small missteps feel like magnified failures. Falling into this mindset can create unnecessary stress, limiting our genuine interactions and adding layers of anxiety to our experiences. To recognize this effect in your life, pay attention when you begin to feel overly self-conscious about what you say or do. Ask yourself, are there thoughts and attentions truly fixated on me, or am I overestimating my presence? Diffuse this feeling by centering your focus outward, engaging with others meaningfully, and appreciating that everyone else has their own concerns and lives to navigate. Understanding that you're not constantly in the spotlight offers freedom. It allows you to embrace authenticity, moving through life with more grace and less weight. Segment 3. The exit nobody takes. Imagine driving on a highway. The road stretches endlessly, a permutation of destinations all around you, but you stick to the main track, passing exits because they're unfamiliar. This is the exit nobody takes. This idea represents the untapped opportunities and choices we overlook due to comfort and routine. We become so accustomed to the familiar path that alternative exits seem invisible. Consider your everyday life as a highway. You're cruising along, following the rhythm of your set routine. And yet, each day presents hidden off-ramps, choices, and paths that could drastically reshape your experience. Pause for a moment and reflect on moments when you glimpsed an alternate path, whether it was a chance to change careers, pursue a passion, or take time for personal growth. They often remain undiscovered exits, easily bypassed. One example: sticking to a stable job that doesn't fulfill you, fearing the uncertainty of pursuing a dream, or missing the chance to explore a hobby that excites you because it falls outside your schedule. Our minds tend to equate familiarity with safety, assuming that what we know and repeat is inherently right, while unfamiliarity equates to risk. Yet, this mindset can keep us circling in patterns of dissatisfaction. This bias persists because humans are creatures of habit. Change introduces discomfort and exposes us to vulnerability, making new paths daunting. To see the exits, notice when your routine begins to feel stagnant. Ask yourself, is there another way? Reflect on whether this path is serving your true self. Challenge this by daring to explore. Take small steps out of your comfort zone and test new waters, knowing that life's richness often lies just beyond the regular route. The possibilities await at the exit you've yet to consider. Embrace the opportunity to take new paths, discovering roads less traveled. Segment 4. The illusion of progress. Consider the story of a hamster running tirelessly on its wheel, pouring energy into movement, yet going nowhere. This mirrors the illusion of progress, a state where activity is mistaken for growth. In our fast-paced world, busyness often masquerades as achievement. We fill our days with tasks, ticking off to-do lists, equating motion with progress. But are we truly advancing, or just simulating a sense of progress? Visualize a day at work where you're constantly active, tackling emails, attending meetings, and juggling various tasks. You finish the day exhausted, but question if these efforts brought you closer to your genuine goals. Think of personal habits too, engaging in endless self-improvement activities, courses, books, or routines without pausing to check if they align with your deepest intentions and values. This illusion thrives because activity provides an immediate sense of accomplishment, a dopamine-driven rush that feeds into our collective narrative of success. It's easier to celebrate busyness than to break and assess its true value. Yet, the cost is high burnout, disillusionment, and the hollow realization that motion doesn't equal meaning. Recognize this illusion by examining your daily activities. Are they stepping stones toward your aspirations, or distractions keeping the real work at bay? Ask yourself, am I moving towards my true north, or just expelling energy? To counteract this, adopt practices that align action with heartfelt goals. Prioritize effectiveness over busyness. Reflect regularly, ensuring your steps are purposeful, not just plentiful. Letting go of the illusion of progress invites clarity and intention into your life. It empowers you to choose actions that enrich rather than exhaust. Segment 5. Default settings of the soul. Imagine starting each day with a phone set to its factory settings. Every customized aspect you've ever added, erased overnight. In life, many of us live by what I call the default settings of the soul. These default modes are the preconceived notions, beliefs, and habits ingrained in us over time. They guide our actions, often subtly, forming the baseline of how we perceive and interact with the world. Visualize this. Growing up, you're told how to act, think, and aspire. These expectations shape your default response to life's challenges and joys. As adulthood arrives, they operate in the background, rarely questioned. Think of how you react to routine experiences, that instinctual pull to say yes to obligations, or the automatic judgment on unfamiliar ideas. They arise from deep-seated defaults set by culture, upbringing, and past experiences. This automatic mode helps with efficiency, saving us from decision fatigue, but can limit growth if never examined. It composes a symphony on repeat, where the tune becomes predictably monotonous. We rarely challenge these settings because they offer comfort and predictability, but they can tether us to outdated paradigms, hindering personal evolution. You can identify your default settings by observing where your responses feel out of sync with your authentic self. Ask, is this reaction true to who I am, or a programmed routine? Gently disrupt these defaults by questioning assumptions and exploring new ideas. Experiment with perspectives like trying on new clothes, noticing which ones fit your soul comfortably. Revising the default settings of your soul breathes new life into your journey. It allows for authenticity, transformation, and a life guided by conscious choice rather than inherited patterns. Segment 6. When thinking feels like truth. Imagine staring at the sky on a cloudy day and swearing the sun has vanished forever, forgetting it still shines beyond sight. This echoes a phenomenon where thinking feels like truth. Every thought that surfaces in our minds carries an inherent sense of truth. Our brains are adept at forming narratives, often persuading us that what we think is factual, but is it really? Reflect on a moment when you've convinced yourself of an impending failure. Your mind paints vivid pictures, missed opportunities, judgments from others, and a cascade of negative outcomes. These thoughts feel undeniably real, influencing emotions and actions. Consider the assumptions you hold about yourself. I'm not good enough, or they don't like me. These beliefs tighten their grip, crafting a version of reality that may not exist. This tendency arises because our brains are pattern-seeking machines. They love coherence and context, which thought provides. Accepting thoughts as truth simplifies the world into digestible pieces. However, mistaking thoughts for truths can chain us to self-imposed limits, fostering anxiety or holding us back from growth and connection. You can spot this fallacy by paying attention to thoughts that evoke strong emotional reactions or create rigid beliefs about what is possible. Notice, is this thought a reflection of reality or a storyline I'm constructing? Challenge it by questioning evidence supporting the thought. Ask, is this always true? Engage in reframing, recognizing the impermanence of thoughts as mere mental events. Understanding that thoughts aren't facts frees you from their weight, inviting a clearer perception grounded in awareness, not assumption. Segment 7. Overvaluing the obvious. Picture yourself on a treasure hunt, but you're so focused on the map's bold lines, you miss the subtle clues hidden in the margins. This is what happens when we overvalue the obvious. In our quest for understanding and achievement, it's easy to cling to what stands out: the clear, the measurable, the obvious. It's comforting and immediately visible. Yet, what about the overlooked subtleties? Consider a meeting at work where the loudest voices dominate the discussion, their perspective seen as the most important, while quieter insights, often more profound, fade into the background. Or in personal growth, when the spotlight shines on milestones, promotions, big purchases, or public recognition, while internal victories like emotional resilience or personal clarity go uncelebrated. We gravitate towards the obvious because human minds love certainty and tangibility. These elements fit neatly into checkboxes of success that are universally acknowledged and easily quantified. However, this can narrow our vision. Important nuances and insights hide in the details. A rich undercurrent of meaning and value passes us by, unrecognized. To break free from this pattern, regularly zoom out and in. Question the focus on the obvious and ask, what's beneath the surface? What subtle shifts or small victories am I missing? Engage in active listening, seek diverse perspectives, and allow unnoticed details to surface and enrich your understanding. Recognizing the value in the seemingly insignificant crafts, a more balanced and enriched life. Elevate your awareness beyond the obvious to embrace the beauty of life's hidden layers. Segment 8. The charm of first impressions. Think back to the last person you met. Within mere seconds, your mind crafted a complete story based on a glance or a handshake. This instant narrative is the charm of first impressions. First impressions are like the cover of a book, brief yet vivid. They tantalize us with a quick snapshot, but much like book covers, they only hint at the depths inside. Imagine a social gathering where someone's confident demeanor leads you to perceive them as assured and knowledgeable. In reality, they might be masking uncertainty or nerves, hidden beneath the surface. Or consider when an interviewee impresses you with polished answers and impeccable attire. Your mind swiftly concludes they are the perfect fit, overshadowing their deeper compatibility with the role. We trust these initial assessments because evolution has wired us for swift judgment. Our ancestors needed to quickly discern friend from foe, fostering a reliance on these rapid conclusions for safety and resources. Yet, the allure of first impressions can entail costs, such as missed connections, overlooked talents, or reinforced biases. They can trap us in surface-level evaluations, missing the rich complexity beneath. To counter this, cultivate curiosity. Whenever a first impression solidifies, pause and ponder, what more is there to this person or situation? Challenge your initial judgments by digging deeper, employing empathy and openness. Engage in conversations that elevate understanding beyond the first encounter. The charm of first impressions, while enchanting, need not dictate future interactions. Experience to the fullest by allowing layers to unfold and redefine your perceptions with time and understanding. Segment 9. The mirror that lies. Imagine peering into a mirror, trusting it to reflect the truth of your appearance. But what if this mirror was warped, subtly distorting reality? This is how it is with the mirror that lies. One's self-image is often akin to a mirror, yet it can be deceiving. Instead of depicting objective reality, it reflects our insecurities, assumptions, and distorted self-perception. Consider catching a glimpse of yourself before a big event. The mirror highlights your perceived flaws, a slight blemish, a wrinkle, imperfections staring back. you feel others will judge these imperfections as harshly as you do. Think about times when your inner critic is loud, casting doubt on your abilities, magnified through past failures or criticisms. The reflection you see is tainted by a history you carry, not the truth of your present self. These deceptive reflections arise because human nature is prone to negativity bias, a tendency to focus on problems and imperfections. Our minds internalize criticism more keenly than praise. However, trusting these flawed reflections limits us. They weave a narrative of inadequacy, quelling potential, and fostering doubt. To spot this misleading reflection, notice when self-talk becomes harsh or hypercritical. Ask, is this my true self, or an outdated reflection rooted in bias? Challenge this by reshaping your self-view. Emphasize self-compassion, acknowledging flaws without letting them define you. Allow feedback from trusted sources to provide balance. Ultimately, the mirror's lies can be transformed through awareness and self-kindness. Reveal your true self with layers of authenticity and embrace the fuller picture beyond distortion. Segment 10. The Trap of Just One More. Imagine sitting down for a night of relaxation. One show turns into a marathon as you whisper to yourself, just one more. This is the trap of just one more. The allure lies in its simplicity. One more episode, one more scroll, one more task. It seems harmless, but often snowballs beyond intentions, consuming precious time stealthily. Picture unwinding with an online video, convincing yourself one more wouldn't hurt. Suddenly, hours pass, and your plans for an early night vanish. Life's commitments fall prey to this easy enticement. Or consider how at work, you agree to just one more task, piling onto an already full plate. Initially manageable, it swiftly leads to burnout, impacting focus and well-being. This cycle thrives on instant gratification, a dopamine-driven surge from quick wins and small indulgences. The brain clings to these rewards, creating an enticing loop of repetition. However, this trap often breeds exhaustion, diminishing productivity, and robbing moments meant for rest or reflection. It can dilute intentions, leaving behind a trail of unfinished or unfulfilled activities. To sidestep this snare, notice when you start bargaining with time. Reflect, does this serve my broader intention or immediate urge? Create meaningful bounds for engagement by setting clear limits, whether in leisure or tasks. Practice mindfulness, enhancing conscious decisions rather than succumbing to automatic impulses. The path towards enough is paved by intentional choices. It invites a balance that nurtures well-being and turns moments from repetitive to meaningful. Segment 11. The Smart-Sounding Wrongness. Imagine listening to a well-spoken speaker. Their arguments flow seamlessly, filled with complex terms and confidence. Yet beneath this polish lies the smart-sounding wrongness. This phenomenon occurs when eloquence masks inaccuracies or biases. Words, though cleverly woven, can mislead if we mistake articulation for truth. Think of a debate where one side dazzles with intricate statistics and jargon. It seems compelling until you dig deeper, discovering the foundation is flawed or selectively presented. Or consider encountering online content wrapped in a sheen of credibility due to professional graphics and reputable appearance, but upon scrutiny, the claims crumble. This bias flourishes as our minds equate sophistication with accuracy. A well-crafted narrative appeals through confidence, feeding into beliefs that elude critical questioning. However, trusting this facade, without examination, can propagate misinformation. It allows for persuasive deception, swaying judgment, and anchoring beliefs in unstable ground. To identify this fallacy, cultivate curiosity over content. Ask, does the logic hold beyond appearances? Are there assumptions lurking unchecked? Strengthen discernment by seeking evidence and diverse perspectives. Embrace skepticism when encountering overly polished assertions, ensuring understanding deepens through inquiry. The truth lies not solely in words' eloquence, but in the substance they convey. Unmasking the smart-sounding wrongness empowers you to anchor thoughts in authenticity and insight. Segment 12. The cost of cool. Imagine striving to be the person who always has the latest trends, effortlessly fitting into every circle. Yet beneath this pursuit lies the cost of cool. The chase for coolness demands constant adaptation to shifting trends, often leading us to subdue our true selves for acceptance. It's a cycle many walk without considering its toll. Consider high school days when wearing the right clothes or adopting popular interests was crucial for fitting in. Remember how authenticity took a back seat to approval. Or in adulthood, you may feel the need to drive the latest car or flaunt gadgets to match peers, investing heavily in things that may not bring genuine joy or fulfillment. This drive stems from a deep-rooted desire for connection and validation. Society uplifts certain standards, embedding the belief that fitting in promises security and acceptance. However, this path often demands a sacrifice of individuality and values, leading to stress, financial strain, and an eventual identity crisis faced with changing definitions of cool. To break free, awaken to moments when your choices aim more at perception than authenticity. Ask, is this decision true to who I am, or am I seeking external validation? Rediscover your values and passions, realigning actions to reflect intrinsic motivations over external pressures. Embrace individuality with confidence, knowing you're enough as you are. Understanding the cost of cool invites a deeper journey back to self. It transforms conformity into authenticity, empowering you to live more fully aligned with truth and joy. Segment 13. Shortcut to belonging. Imagine stepping into a new environment, instantly seeking the fastest way to connect. This quest often leads us to seek the shortcut to belonging. This phenomenon encapsulates the pursuit of acceptance through immediate assimilation, where changing facets of ourselves seems a small price for early approval. Think back to joining a new team at work. Adopting group lingo, habits, or humor is tempting, granting you a quick entrance into social circles. At its core, this willingness to conform accelerates rapport. Or consider moving to a new city, where mimicking local culture or trends becomes a bridge to new friendships. This adaptation lightens the burden of feeling like an outsider. We chase this shortcut because belonging fulfills our innate need for connection and survival. It promises safety and simplifies initial interactions. Yet, prioritizing surface-level adaptation over authentic connections risks losing sight of true identity. We may find ourselves divided, someone who fits in everywhere but belongs nowhere genuinely. To move beyond this shortcut, foster relationships based on mutual appreciation rather than mere similarity. Ask, am I being true to myself? Are these connections nourishing my authentic self? Allow your genuine traits and values to lead interactions, knowing that real belonging develops over time and thrives on authenticity and mutual respect. Finding belonging beyond shortcuts creates connections far deeper than surface level. Embrace the journey where belonging transcends imitation, transforming connections into meaningful kinship. Segment 14. The myth of closure. Consider ending a lengthy story. You reach the final chapter, expecting perfect resolution. But life's unpredictable narrative rarely conforms, giving rise to the myth of closure. Closure implies a neat, finite conclusion that ties up all loose ends. But in reality, not all experiences come with clear resolutions. Instead, life often leaves open-ended stories, demanding acceptance. Think of a relationship that ended without clear reasons. Leaving questions lingering, waiting for closure, can delay healing, as answers seem elusive. Or a lost opportunity at work where one seeks validation or understanding, expecting resolution before moving on, but instead, the reasons remain ambiguous. This myth thrives because humans crave order and explanation. Closure promises clarity and peace, a sense of control over untidy emotions and events. However, clinging to this myth can trap us in cycles of expectation and disappointment. It prolongs suffering by hinging happiness on elusive answers, dimming present possibilities. To transcend this myth, recognize where your thoughts anchor in unresolved pasts. Ask, am I delaying healing by seeking a tidy conclusion that may never come? Embrace acceptance, finding peace in uncertainty, and allowing emotions to settle without clarity. Engage with the present moment, focusing on new beginnings rather than unfinished narratives. Releasing the myth of closure frees you to move forward with resilience, opening pathways where stories conclude naturally within the heart, not from external resolutions. Segment 15. Logic without feeling. Imagine encountering an intricate puzzle. The solution lies in logic, but the heart of the puzzle speaks a language beyond reason. This is what happens with logic without feeling. Logic often builds the foundation of decision-making, steering us through life's complex pathways. Yet, without the balance of emotion, decisions become hollow and detached from true desires. Consider making a career choice solely on salary or status, ignoring your passion. The logical path may promise stability, but without emotional connection, it risks becoming unfulfilling. Or when resolving conflicts, relying purely on facts and strategies can overlook the subtle dynamics of empathy and human connection, hindering genuine resolution. We lean on logic for its perceived certainty and structure. It simplifies ambiguity, providing concrete answers and labels that we can grasp. However, ignoring emotion can lead to disengagement and dissatisfaction, as decisions lack resonance with our deeper values and aspirations. To bridge this gap, observe where your decisions lean heavily on logic, dismissing emotional cues. Ask, does this align with my heart as well as my mind? Invite balance by welcoming emotions into your decision-making process. Validate your feelings and consider their significance, integrating them thoughtfully without overshadowing logic. Embracing both logic and feeling enriches the decision-making tapestry with wisdom and humanity. It ensures choices harmonize with individual essence and collective truth. Segment 16. The fear that wears a suit. Picture a mighty executive striding into a room, power suit impeccably worn. Yet beneath this confident guise lies the fear that wears a suit. This fear cloaks itself in professionalism and ambition. It drives us relentlessly towards success, masked by the veneer of achievement, yet often rooted in anxiety and self-doubt. Consider the ceaseless pursuit of promotions or titles, where each achievement masks an unquenchable thirst for validation, born from insecurity rather than aspiration. Or, picture an entrepreneur tirelessly building an empire, never pausing to enjoy the journey. The outward success conceals an internal battle with fear of failure and inadequacy. This fear is persuasive because the world often equates success with worth, encouraging a relentless chase for external markers. The suit becomes a shield, protecting vulnerabilities hidden beneath. But this path can breed exhaustion and disconnect. As real fulfillment remains elusive, achievement becomes a never-ending race without rest or reflection. To unmask this fear, identify motivations rooted in external approval rather than genuine passion. Ask, am I chasing this goal for self-enrichment or to silence inner doubts? Ground yourself in self-awareness, learning to appreciate the process as much as the outcome. Embrace acceptance of your intrinsic value beyond professional or material success. Liberating yourself from the fear that wears a suit allows true empowerment. It invites measured ambition aligned with authentic purpose, where success harmonizes with well-being. Segment 17. The numbers game. Imagine playing a game where numbers rule. Scores, statistics, and figures dominate every move. This game reflects the numbers game we often play in life. In a world driven by metrics, it's easy to equate numbers with success. We count likes, followers, and monetary achievements as measurable proof of worth and progress. Consider the constant checking of social media stats, where every like represents validation and every follower adds to perceived influence. It becomes a cycle of chasing numerical growth over genuine connection. Or in business, where quarterly earnings and productivity statistics often take precedence over employee well-being and creativity. Corporate success is measured solely by the bottom line. This focus intensifies because numbers offer quantifiable certainty. They provide a sense of control and achievement, tangible markers in an otherwise complex world. However, the pure focus on numbers can overshadow true fulfillment. It breeds comparison and dissatisfaction, turning meaningful pursuits into a race for more, often at the expense of contentment. To navigate beyond this, recognize where numbers overly influence decisions and self-perception. Ask, am I valuing quantity over quality? How do these metrics serve my overall well-being? Balance the numbers game with qualitative insights, celebrating intangible achievements like growth, connection, and learning. Value depth over breadth, ensuring numbers serve your narrative rather than define it. Releasing the grip of the numbers game allows you to craft a life rich with meaning. It enriches your journey with purpose beyond the numerical, where every step holds intrinsic value. Segment 18. The Devil's Bargain. Imagine an alluring contract, promising the world at your feet, but at an opaque cost. This embodies the Devil's Bargain, deals that seem beneficial, yet conceal hidden prices. This bargain represents choices we make, often tempted by short-term gains or desires, unaware of the long-term consequences they entail. Consider accepting a high-paying job that demands all your time and energy. Initially, it feels like a dream come true, but slowly, it erodes personal freedom and well-being. Or think of sacrificing integrity for power or status, making compromises that slowly wear down your sense of self. The initial allure fades, revealing the emotional and ethical toll. This bargain seduces because it promises instant gratification, immediate results without considering deeper impacts. It's easy to overlook future costs when the present offers dazzling rewards. Yet, the cost of this bargain can lead to disconnection from true values and self, a life misaligned with deeper intentions, consuming more than it provides. To spot this, look for decisions that feel too good to be true or compel you to compromise essential values. Ask, what are the long-term implications? And does this align with my core self? Reclaim empowerment by evaluating choices through the prism of integrity and authenticity. Consider not just the immediate gain, but the broader impact on your life narrative. Resisting the devil's bargain celebrates true fulfillment over fleeting indulgence. It ensures every choice builds a life rich in purpose, where gains align with genuine satisfaction. Segment 19. Ticking the life boxes. Imagine a checklist, neatly lined with boxes representing milestones and achievements. Life often feels like a series of ticking the life boxes. This concept reflects a societal blueprint defining success, education, career, home, family, as if checking these boxes promises fulfillment and purpose. Think about the pressure to follow a predetermined path. Graduate, find a stable job, marry, and start a family. Many adhere to this timeline without questioning personal desires or dreams. Or consider the feeling of success tied to material possessions, owning the right car or house. You tick these boxes, expecting contentment, but sometimes find them empty of personal meaning. This approach arises because it offers a perceived roadmap to happiness and societal approval. It suggests clarity in the chaos of life, with each tick representing progression and validation. However, relentlessly ticking these boxes can lead to disengagement from personal authenticity and joy. It fosters living by others' expectations rather than inner truth. To transcend this pattern, regularly reflect on whether these boxes align with your genuine aspirations. Ask, are these goals truly mine, or inherited from external influences? Embrace a life defined by personal milestones, where decisions reflect unique values and passions. Redefine success, not by the boxes you tick, but by the experiences that enrich your soul. Choosing authenticity over conformity liberates you from life's checklist. It allows for a journey driven by purpose, where every step aligns with who you truly are. Segment 20. The lie of, I'm fine. Picture an ordinary conversation where the reflexive response to, how are you, is a simple, automatic, I'm fine. Yet often, beneath this facade lies the lie of, I'm fine. This common reply serves as a shield. It guards us against vulnerability, masking emotions we're either hesitant to share or struggle to articulate. Think back to times you've said, I'm fine, while grappling with stress or sadness, avoiding deeper interaction for various reasons, be it fear of judgment or burdening others. Or recall moments where loved ones assured you everything was okay, despite visible cracks in their demeanor. This phrase cloaks true feelings, perpetuating isolation. We resort to this lie because it simplifies interactions, sidesteps complexities, and maintains social harmony. It fits within societal norms, where emotional exposure is often frowned upon. However, frequently perpetuating this lie fosters emotional distance, deterring genuine connection and understanding. Over time, it breeds a sense of loneliness, even amidst company. To break this habit, notice when "I'm fine" rolls out by default. Ask, is this truth or protection? What do I truly feel right now? Cultivate openness by sharing authentically with trusted individuals. Allow yourself to express vulnerability. Understanding it strengthens, not weakens, relationships. Embracing sincerity over the lie of "I'm fine" nurtures genuine bonds. It creates space for empathy and support, enriching interactions with the warmth of shared humanity. Segment 21. The trophy mindset. Imagine a shelf adorned with trophies, each representing an achievement. In life, we often chase after this trophy mindset, equating success with accolades collected along the way. This mindset equates worth with visible symbols of success: awards, promotions, and material possessions. Each trophy becomes a testament to status and achievement. Think back to the pressure to top academic charts or clinch the latest work accolade, viewing these trophies as emblematic of your value and capability. Or consider the impulse to display successes on social media, with likes and shares serving as affirmations of triumph. The more accolades, the stronger the mask of perceived perfection. We gravitate towards this mindset because trophies deliver a tangible measure of success. They offer immediate recognition and affirmation within socially accepted parameters. However, the pursuit of perpetual trophies can overshadow intrinsic fulfillment. Relying solely on external validation risks neglecting personal joy, passion, and deeper satisfaction. To transcend this mindset, pause when measuring success solely through external markers. Ask, do these trophies reflect my values and dreams, or are they chasing approval? Foster internal validation, celebrating progress and growth beyond tangible accolades. Recognize personal milestones, creativity, and the meaningful connections that enlighten your journey. Releasing the trophy mindset welcomes a richer, more balanced life. It allows fulfillment to stem from within, rooted in passions and experiences, not just the accolades they might attract. Segment 22. The knowledge trap. Imagine being surrounded by endless books and information, yet feeling the weight of indecision and doubt. This is the knowledge trap, where accumulating information outpaces its application. In our information-rich world, the pursuit of knowledge is endless. Yet, without action, knowledge becomes a trap rather than empowerment. Consider constantly consuming self-help books or online courses, gathering insights, yet hesitating to implement them. The lure of new information feels productive, masking the need for action. Or think of the paralysis that comes with decision-making, gathering endless data and perspectives, each piece adding complexity rather than clarity. We fall into this trap because knowledge offers perceived security. More information promises better decisions, reducing uncertainty and fear of the unknown. However, hoarding knowledge without action can lead to stagnation. It cultivates an illusion of growth, deterring transformation and real-world impact. To navigate beyond this trap, recognize when you're prioritizing learning over doing. Ask, Am I using this knowledge to evolve, or merely collecting it? Balance learning with implementation. Commit to small, actionable steps, transforming knowledge into practice, no matter how imperfect. Celebrate progress over perfection. Escaping the knowledge trap liberates you to grow through experience. It empowers you to transform information into tangible progress, where learning fuels action and discovery. Segment 23. Success Theatre. Imagine a grand stage where intricate sets and dazzling performances capture every eye. Behind the spectacle, there's a production called Success Theatre, orchestrating perceptions of achievement. This theatre comprises the appearances and narratives curated to showcase success for ourselves and others, often highlighting triumphs while concealing struggles. Think of a polished social media profile, curated to reflect a perfect life. The highlights of success are shared widely, masking the quieter hardships and missed steps along the way. Or consider the conference room, where every project presentation spotlights victories, smoothing over challenges and learning curves that occurred behind the scenes. We engage in success theatre because it garners approval and admiration. It affirms status within a society that celebrates visible wins, reinforcing confidence through external validation. However, this performance can disconnect us from authenticity, enshrining an illusion that hinders genuine connection and self-awareness. It replaces shared vulnerability with unattainable ideals. To identify when you're part of this theatre, assess the facade you present in various areas of life. Ask, what am I seeking to portray, and why? Does it align with my truth? Embrace transparency by sharing not just successes, but journeys that process, challenges, and growth. Offer space for others to do the same, fostering deeper, more authentic connections. Opting out of success theatre opens the door to authenticity and liberates you to pursue genuine fulfillment. It turns the spotlight from mere performance to the richness of real experiences shared. Segment 24. Stuck on repeat. Imagine listening to a favorite song, but the record skips, looping the same notes until joy turns to frustration. In life, this mirrors the feeling of being stuck on repeat. This sensation arises when routines harden into ruts, where once purposeful actions become automatic and uninspired, leaving growth and joy elusive. Consider the monotonous work cycle, each day blurring into the next, with tasks completed out of habit rather than passion or innovation. Or think of personal routines that once brought comfort but now feel stagnant hobbies turned mechanical, relationships running on autopilot, leaving the spirit yearning for renewal. We cling to familiar patterns because they offer predictability and safety. The comfort of routine ensures stability in an ever-changing world, but can stifle creativity and limit potential. However, remaining in this loop can dull life's richness, detaching us from fresh experiences and insights that foster evolution. To recognize this pattern, reflect on areas of life where excitement has waned. Ask, am I living intentionally or simply repeating yesterday? Break free by initiating small changes. Experiment with new activities, perspectives, and challenges that invigorate the soul. Infuse creativity into the everyday to rediscover inspiration. Escaping the loop of stuck on repeat revitalizes your path, reintroducing spontaneity and meaning. It transforms static days into a dynamic adventure, attuned to growth and fulfillment. Segment 25. Emotional time travel. Imagine stepping into a time machine fueled by emotion, transporting you not through years, but through feelings. This is emotional time travel, where past experiences and future anxieties eclipse the present moment. Our minds often wander back to past regrets or forward to future worries, pulling us away from the now. This journey through emotional time steers the present by echoes of what was or visions of what might be. Recall, reliving a past mistake, the emotions vividly replaying, ensnaring you in a loop of what if and guilt, distant from the current context. Or envision a moment where worries about an uncertain future dominated your thoughts, clouding today's opportunities and joys. The fixation on what might happen overshadows what is happening. This mental journey occurs because the mind craves understanding and prediction, yearning to resolve past puzzles and foresee future outcomes. Yet, dwelling in these spaces can distance us from present possibilities. Stepping away from the now can dilute life's vibrancy. It replaces immersive experience with shadows, drawing energy from vital growth and appreciation. To return from emotional time travel, practice mindfulness by anchoring thoughts to the present. When past or future beckons, ask, what is influencing me right now, and how can I engage with the present? Focus on grounding activities, deep breathing, gratitude, or simply observing your surroundings to reconnect with reality. Releasing the grip of emotional time travel allows for a life enriched by the present. It centers your journey in what truly is, inviting clarity, awareness, and peace in each moment. Segment 26. The myth of multitasking. Picture a juggler tossing multiple balls in the air with grace, yet upon closer look, you notice the strain of maintaining balance. This is the myth of multitasking, where the illusion of efficiency masks hidden costs. Multitasking promises productivity and mastery over time, enticing us to juggle tasks simultaneously, thinking we can accomplish more. Yet, science reveals our brains aren't wired for such division. Consider working on emails while listening to a meeting, and inevitably missing key points. Each task steals attention from the other, reducing overall effectiveness. Or think about preparing dinner while talking on the phone, where focus splits and leads to either burnt dishes or fragmented conversations. The myth insists, but the reality splinters. This belief endures because doing more seems rational in a culture valuing output and busy schedules. Multitasking feeds into this, projecting capability and accomplishment. However, this myth can dilute attention, deteriorating performance and heightening stress. It curbs creativity, interconnectedness, and the deep engagement meaningful work requires. To dismantle this myth, notice when tasks pile beyond attentional capacity. Ask, am I truly engaging with each, or merely skimming the surface? Focus instead on single tasking, dedicating full attention to one pursuit. Embrace intentional pauses and transitions, nourishing quality over quantity. Stepping away from the myth of multitasking enhances clarity and purpose. It enriches endeavors with mindfulness, ensuring each moment is a testament to focus and authenticity. Segment 27. The loop of likes. Imagine a circle, one that spins endlessly, fueled by digital approval. This is the loop of likes, where our quest for social validation traps us in a cycle of online affirmation. In a world dominated by social media, receiving likes equates to receiving applause, triggering brief but powerful gratification. This digital currency feeds self-esteem, momentarily bolstering identity. Picture yourself posting a photo and refreshing incessantly, eager for the first wave of likes and comments. Each notification feels like a tiny surge of approval, reinforcing your worth. Or think about crafting the perfect post. Its content catering to trends rather than truth, aiming to capture as much engagement as possible. The pursuit of likes dictates creativity. This loop persists because it provides immediate feedback in our connected digital lives. It transforms interaction into game-like metrics, where more likes imply greater success or acceptance. However, this cycle can consume self-worth, tethering it to external validation rather than inner fulfillment. It risks promoting superficiality, growing a need for external feedback over genuine connection. To break free from this loop, recognize when seeking likes overshadows authentic sharing. Ask, is this post a reflection of my true self, or what I believe others want to see? Cultivate presence by balancing online and offline interactions, celebrating real-life achievements and connections that transcend digital metrics. Seek validation within personal growth and real-world authenticity. Releasing yourself from the loop of likes reclaims your narrative, building a foundation of self-assurance. It invites deeper connections, rooted in mutual understanding rather than fleeting affirmation. Segment 28. The comparison curse. Imagine living each day like a series of mirrors, constantly reflecting not who you are, but how you measure against others. This perpetual reflection is the comparison curse. Comparison, a once natural instinct for growth and understanding, now often spirals into a source of dissatisfaction and envy. It's an endless tallying of achievements, lifestyles, and appearances. Think of scrolling through social media feeds, seeing friends' highlight reels of vacations, successes, or polished images. It's easy to let someone else's best moments color your self-worth, or recall moments where colleagues' promotions or accolades steal your joy, shifting focus from your achievements to a narrative of lacking. This envy births self-doubt in fertile grounds of comparison. The comparison curse thrives in a society celebrating external successes. It uses metrics and milestones as universal benchmarks for value and happiness. However, the cost of endless comparison is disconnect from self-appreciation, breeding unnecessary anxiety and overshadowing unique paths toward fulfillment. To lift this curse, become aware of your comparison triggers. Ask, am I honoring my journey or defining myself by another's shadow? Redirect focus inward, nurturing gratitude for personal growth and victories, big or small. Set intentions rooted in individual values, allowing your unique journey to shine as a testament to intrinsic accomplishment. Escaping the comparison curse releases the burdens of external valuations. It opens your path to authentic fulfillment, embracing who you are without diminishing under others' perceived successes. Segment 29. The mask we forget to take off. Imagine wearing a mask, crafted perfectly to fit societal expectations, blending seamlessly into every setting. Until it's worn so long, you forget to remove it. This is the mask we forget to take off. In various roles we play at work, with friends, or online, masks become second nature, shaped by what we believe others want from us. Yet over time, these masks can blur the lines between constructed persona and authentic self. Consider adopting an upbeat persona at social gatherings, concealing deeper feelings or struggles behind a cheerful facade, foregoing vulnerability for acceptance. Or reflect on projecting confidence in professional settings, aligning with an image of perfection while silencing insecurities that quietly demand attention and care. These masks serve as protective layers, offering a shield from potential judgment or rejection. They ease social navigation through conformity, granting temporary peace. However, wearing them indefinitely risks losing sight of who we truly are. It fosters internal disconnect, where genuine emotions and desires remain suppressed beneath the surface. To recognize when your mask overshadows your essence, pause to reflect. Ask, am I showing my true self, or am I performing to meet expectations? Embrace spaces and relationships that encourage authenticity, where removing the mask feels safe and celebrated. Practice self-awareness and self-compassion, gradually revealing your genuine self. Releasing the mask leads to deeper connections with yourself and others. It nurtures a life grounded in truth, free from the constraints of pretense, where authenticity illuminates every interaction. Segment 30. The urge to be right. Imagine standing in a debate where the prize is not clarity or understanding, but being declared the victor. This is the urge to be right. In conversations and conflicts alike, this urge can dominate, making the pursuit of correctness eclipse the pursuit of understanding and connection. Think of heated discussions where the need to prove you're right overshadows listening. The focus shifts from dialogue and empathy to defending one's stance at all costs. Or consider how arguments in personal relationships often escalate. The quest to win can lead to missed opportunities for growth and healing, blurring the intention to connect. This urge takes root because being right feeds our ego, providing validation and reinforcing our sense of self. It offers a fleeting triumph, a perception of control and knowledge. However, this drive can isolate, fostering division instead of understanding. It drowns out diverse perspectives and stunts growth, tilting conversations into contests. To redirect this urge, cultivate a mindset of curiosity rather than competition. Ask, am I open to understanding or fixated on being right? Embrace humility, valuing the insights gained from listening and considering alternative viewpoints. Engage in active listening, prioritizing empathy and connection over rigid correctness. Releasing the urge to be right transforms interactions. It replaces domination with collaboration, creating spaces where diverse ideas can flourish, fostering deeper understanding and enriching relationships. Segment 31. The Echo Chamber. Imagine standing in a grand hall where every word you speak is mirrored back, affirming what you already believe. This is the echo chamber, a space where opinions are reinforced rather than challenged. In our connected age, algorithms and social circles can create these chambers, filtering the world to reflect our views and silence differing perspectives. Consider your social media feed, tailored to your interests and beliefs, rarely exposing you to opposing views. It crafts a comfort zone lined with familiar narratives. Or think of discussion groups or forums, where like-minded individuals congregate, echoing shared sentiments, while dissenting voices fade away. We gravitate toward these chambers because they validate our beliefs, providing reassuring certainty and solidarity. It's a refuge from the discomfort of cognitive dissonance. However, living within these bounds narrows understanding, fostering polarization and limiting growth. It hinders innovation and empathy, distancing us from the broader spectrum of human experience. To transcend the echo chamber, consciously diversify your sources of information and viewpoints. Ask, am I listening to different voices or just echoes of my own? Engage with diverse communities and content, welcoming perspectives that challenge and enrich your worldview. Practice open-mindedness, holding curiosity above comfort. Breaking free from the echo chamber expands horizons, encouraging deeper insight and understanding. It enriches your intellectual and emotional landscapes, building a bridge toward a more inclusive and empathetic world. Segment 32. Speed over substance. Imagine a high-speed train racing through picturesque landscapes where the beauty blurs into insignificance. This encapsulates the tendency of choosing speed over substance. In a world that prizes rapid progress and quick results, the temptation to prioritize speed often overshadows the depth and value of thoughtful exploration. Consider racing through tasks at work to meet tight deadlines, sacrificing the nuance and creativity that could enhance the final product. The rush to finish eclipses the quality and integrity of the work. Or think of consuming information in bite-sized pieces, skimming articles, scanning headlines, or engaging with soundbite news. The pace prioritizes quantity over depth, leaving little room for understanding. We gravitate towards speed because it promises efficiency and keeps pace with our fast-paced environments. It gives an illusion of productivity, marking milestones with urgency. However, prioritizing speed can dilute experiences, eclipsing insights, connection, and mastery. It fosters superficial engagement, where meaningful understanding remains elusive. To balance the scales, recognize where velocity trumps value. Ask, is my focus on completing or fully comprehending and appreciating? Slow down to savor the depth of each task and experience. Embrace patience and intention, allowing careful consideration to guide actions and decisions. Choosing substance over speed enriches your journey with clarity and depth. It allows for mastery, deeper connections, and a more fulfilled life where meaning and insight take precedence over mere completion. Segment 33. Loud minds in quiet rooms. Picture a serene room, silent and still. Yet within that tranquility, your mind buzzes with thoughts, echoes of chaos amid the calm. This is the realm of loud minds in quiet rooms. When external noise subsides, our internal dialogue can become overwhelmingly loud, filling the silence with worries, plans, and reflections that clamor for attention. Recall meditative moments where the aim was peace, but instead, your mind raced with never-ending to-do lists or replayed conversations. The external stillness only amplifies internal chatter. Or think about trying to relax alone with your thoughts, yet being confronted by anxieties or unresolved ideas that rise to the foreground. The room soothes, but the mind remains restless. This phenomenon occurs because silence invites introspection, allowing submerged thoughts to surface. It provides space for reflection that, while healthy, also invites overthinking. However, allowing these mental echoes to persist can lead to overwhelm and distraction, distorting the potential for peace and clarity offered by silence. To navigate these moments, cultivate mindfulness practices that anchor you in the present. Ask, am I truly in the moment or lost in the labyrinth of my thoughts? Focus on grounding techniques like deep breathing or meditation, allowing thoughts to pass like clouds rather than lingering storms. Embrace the art of simplicity, appreciating quietude as an ally. Balancing loud minds in quiet rooms nurtures a harmonious inner landscape. It transforms solitude into an opportunity for renewal and clarity, where inner peace rises from the stillness. Segment 34. The comfort cage. Imagine a cozy, familiar cage where every need is easily met, yet the view never changes. This is the comfort cage, where the allure of familiarity can paradoxically confine us. Comfort zones are warm, predictable spaces, offering relief from the chaos of the outside world. They promise security, but can also subtly limit growth and discovery. Think about routines in daily life, where the ease of predictability discourages you from pursuing new challenges or ideas. The safety of what you know becomes both sanctuary and shackle. Or consider the choice of staying in a job or relationship that no longer fulfills you, simply because the thought of change feels daunting. The comfort in routine convinces you to stay put. The comfort cage is appealing because it provides stability in an ever-changing world. It shelters us from fears of failure or unknown hardships, offering gentle assurance. However, residing too long within can stifle innovation and transformation, turning the world just beyond the bars into missed opportunities. It trades potential growth for present ease. To open the door of this cage, notice where comfort dictates your choices. Ask, am I staying because it's right, or just because it's familiar? Challenge yourself with small steps beyond the familiar. Experiment with new activities, ideas, or connections that invite learning and growth, while still honoring your comfort zone as a place of retreat. Liberating yourself from the comfort cage enriches life with new vistas and possibilities. It transforms the world into a tapestry of exploration where comfort and courage coexist. Segment 35. Control freak syndrome. Imagine orchestrating every detail of life, like a conductor directing a symphony, each note precisely planned. This is control freak syndrome, where the desire for control becomes overwhelming. This need stems from a longing for predictability and certainty in a world often governed by chaos and unpredictability. It promises order, but can also weigh heavily on the mind and spirit. Consider the meticulous planning that comes with organizing every moment of your day, leaving little room for spontaneity. The tight grip of control attempts to ward off the unexpected. Or think of interactions with others, where the urge to manage outcomes strains relationships, curtailing the natural flow of conversation and collaboration. Control overshadows connection. Control freak syndrome appeals to us because structure offers perceived stability, reducing anxiety by minimizing surprises. It is a protective shield against the unknown. However, this compulsion can lead to frustration and burnout, straining personal relationships and curbing creativity. It traps potential joy and exploration in a tightly wound cycle. To transcend this syndrome, recognize when control begins to overshadow enjoyment and flexibility. Ask, am I in control or being controlled by my need for it? Embrace the art of letting go, allowing spontaneity and trust to guide parts of your journey. Practice acceptance, understanding that uncertainty can be a source of growth and unexpected delight. Releasing the grip of control freak syndrome opens life to the beauty of imperfection. It balances order with openness, cultivating a life that embraces the richness of the unplanned. Segment 36. The yes reflex. Picture a reflex, automatic and unthinking, where every request or opportunity that comes your way is met with an immediate yes. This is the yes reflex. Saying yes can be empowering, connected to a desire to help, engage, or seize every opportunity. But this reflex can also lead to overwhelm, spreading yourself too thin across commitments. Consider the numerous times you've agreed to obligations out of habit or guilt, only to feel the strain of overcommitment. The initial yes leads to later stress and regret. Or imagine agreeing to projects or plans, stacking them onto an already busy schedule, leaving little time for rest or personal pursuits. Your goodwill becomes a weight instead of a joy. We often develop this reflex from societal pressures to be agreeable or from a fear of missing out. Saying yes seems to open doors and forge connections. However, an unchecked yes reflex can lead to burnout, diluting efforts across too many commitments and overshadowing personal needs and priorities. To manage this reflex, pause before committing. Ask, is this aligned with my priorities? Or am I agreeing out of reflex? Consider the long-term impact on your time and energy. Practice the power of a thoughtful no, prioritizing commitments that align with your values and capacity. Set boundaries that sustain energy and satisfaction. Releasing the yes reflex invites balance and intentionality into life. It allows you to engage deeply where it truly matters, creating space for meaningful connections and self-care. Segment 37. Mind versus body. Imagine a dialogue between two old friends, the mind and the body, each speaking its language, yet often at odds. This is the interplay of mind versus body. In our fast-paced world, it's easy to prioritize mental pursuits, sidelining the messages our bodies convey. Yet, balance between mind and body is essential for holistic well-being. Think of the late nights spent working, where mental willpower overrides the body's need for rest. This imbalance can lead to fatigue, affecting both mental clarity and physical health. Or consider stress, where the mind races with anxiety, while the body manifests tension through headaches, tight muscles, or fatigue. The disconnect heightens the sense of unrest. This division occurs because modern society often values cognitive achievements over physical well-being. The mind's ambitions can obscure the body's calls for care and attention. However, ignoring these signals leads to burnout and a diminished quality of life. Healing and performance are optimized when mind and body work in harmony. To bridge this gap, cultivate awareness of your body's needs, integrating them into your routine. Ask, am I listening to what my body is telling me, or am I dismissing its whispers? Incorporate mindfulness practices, where breath and awareness ground you in the present. Engage in regular physical activities that rejuvenate and harmonize your energies. Balancing mind and body fosters a fulfilling, sustainable lifestyle. It nurtures a partnership where mental and physical health flourish together, enhancing the journey toward holistic vitality. Segment 38. The Fake Door Dilemma. Imagine a corridor lined with doors, each promising new opportunity and adventure. Yet, upon closer inspection, some doors lead nowhere. They're merely illusions. This is the fake door dilemma. Life presents many paths that seem enticing, but not all lead to genuine growth or fulfillment. Distinguishing real opportunities from distractions can be challenging. Consider career opportunities that promise advancement, but demand sacrificing personal values or well-being. These enticing doors tempt with success, but may lead only to dissatisfaction. Or think about trends and ventures you pursue, drawn by their popularity rather than true interest or alignment with your passions. These can drain time and energy without offering true progress. We often face this dilemma because potential promises excitement and the allure of unexplored possibilities. The fear of missing out lures us through hollow doorways in search of rewards. However, opening these fake doors can lead to frustration and wasted effort, diverting focus from genuine aspirations and meaningful pursuits. To navigate the fake door dilemma, evaluate opportunities carefully. Ask, does this door align with my core values and goals, or is it a distraction? Strengthen discernment by reflecting on long-term impacts and exploring motivations behind choices. Embrace patience and intuition in decision-making, trusting your deeper instincts to guide you. Avoiding the trap of fake doors channels your energy towards authentic paths. It cultivates a life rich in substance, where each decision builds toward real growth and fulfillment. Segment 39. The Shame Shortcut. Imagine navigating a path that seems to cut directly through difficult terrain, offering a quick fix to complex emotions. This is the shame shortcut, where vulnerability is masked by the easier route of self-deprecation. Shame is a powerful emotion, quickly reducing confidence and dampening self-worth. It can drive us toward shortcuts that avoid vulnerability and self-compassion. Consider times when you made a mistake and immediately resorted to harsh self-criticism instead of acknowledging and learning from the experience. The initial sting of shame leads to deeper self-doubt. Or reflect on social interactions where jokingly putting yourself down feels safer than embracing your authentic self. This shortcut, while momentarily comfortable, builds a detour away from self-acceptance. This tendency arises because shame offers a shortcut that seemingly shields us from judgment. We use humor or self-deprecation to deflect deeper emotional work. However, adhering to this path fosters a cycle of self-criticism, distancing us from the understanding, empathy, and growth that come from facing shame with courage. To confront the shame shortcut, practice self-compassion and courage in the face of vulnerability. Ask, am I using shame as a shield, or can I confront these feelings with kindness? Focus on recognizing and challenging negative self-talk, replacing it with affirmations rooted in acceptance and growth. Seek connections with those who encourage authenticity. Overcoming the shame shortcut invites a journey of healing and empowerment. It fosters resilience, where vulnerability becomes strength and authenticity fuels true self-worth. Segment 40. The Anxiety Forecast. Imagine watching a weather channel, eagerly predicting storms that might never come. This is the anxiety forecast, where our minds project future worries into the present moment. Anxiety often thrives on uncertainty, spinning narratives based on hypothetical scenarios and fears. It forecasts outcomes that overshadow the present, stealing joy from what is. Think of awaiting a presentation, where your mind races through worst-case scenarios, sapping confidence before you even begin. The anticipation becomes more daunting than the reality. Or envision planning an important event, where anxiety fixates on potential mishaps, disrupting your ability to enjoy the process. These imagined forecasts cloud opportunities with stress. This pattern emerges because the mind seeks control in the face of the unknown. By anticipating potential threats, it attempts to prepare, albeit at a cost to present peace. However, continually living in this state of preparedness can breed chronic stress, exhausting emotional reserves, and hindering spontaneous joy. To weather the anxiety forecast, ground yourself in the present. Ask, am I living for what might be, or fully engaging with what is? Cultivate mindfulness techniques, such as deep breathing or meditation, to anchor your awareness in the now. Shift focus from potential outcomes to current experiences, appreciating the reality over the possibility. By redirecting from the anxiety forecast to the present, you open life to clarity and calm. It empowers you to navigate uncertainties with resilience and savor moments as they unfold. Segment 41. The Rule of Broken Windows. Imagine walking past a building where a single broken window remains unfixed. Over time, more windows break, and the structure deteriorates. This illustrates the rule of broken windows, a phenomenon where small signs of disorder can escalate into greater chaos if left unattended. In our lives, this principle suggests that neglecting minor issues can lead to larger problems, a reminder of the importance of addressing the small things before they grow. Consider your living space, where clutter and disorganization begin with just a few misplaced items. When ignored, disorder proliferates, affecting your efficiency and well-being. Or in relationships, where minor misunderstandings or unspoken grievances, when left unresolved, can compound into major conflicts, eroding trust and connection. We often overlook minor issues due to busyness or perceived insignificance. Yet, these unattended details can act as signals that encourage further neglect or decline. However, recognizing and addressing these small signs early promotes harmony and growth, preventing the accumulation of chaos. It encourages proactive care and mindfulness. To apply the rule of broken windows, identify areas where minor issues persist. Ask, what small actions can I take today to restore order and balance? Begin with incremental steps, tackling one window at a time. Celebrate each small repair and improvement, knowing they contribute to a healthier environment or relationship. Embracing the rule of broken windows cultivates an attentive life. It transforms challenges into opportunities for growth, fostering environments of care, clarity, and proactive wellness. Segment 42. The Curse of Potential. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, open field, filled with endless possibilities, but instead of inspiration, you feel burdened by expectations. This is the curse of potential, where the weight of what you could achieve hinders the joy of what you accomplish. Potential is a promise, the allure of what could be, yet it often comes with pressure, creating a mindset focused more on unmet possibilities than present accomplishments. Consider creative endeavors, where the need to fully realize your potential prevents you from enjoying the creation itself. The pursuit of perfection can stall progress with self-doubt, or ponder career aspirations shaped by others' perceptions of your talents, where the potential becomes a measure of your worth rather than a source of personal fulfillment. This curse emerges from societal pressures that equate achievement with value. The expectation to constantly evolve and excel transforms potential into a relentless yardstick. However, the focus on potential can overshadow the satisfaction of steady progress, diminishing the present with future promises and hypothetical ideals. To break free from this curse, embrace the mindset of growth rather than perfection. Ask, am I valuing my journey and growth, or am I shackled by what I should achieve? Celebrate small victories and incremental progress, recognizing these as the true reflections of growth. Allow potential to inspire without letting it dictate or overshadow your journey. By liberating yourself from the curse of potential, you transform possibility into empowerment. It encourages a life lived fully in the moment, grounded in appreciation of what is, as well as what could be. Segment 43. The myth of the finish line. Imagine running a race with a clear finish line in sight. You push forward, only to find that the closer you get, the further the line moves away. This is the myth of the finish line, where the idea of reaching a final destination masks the ongoing journey. Life often presents goals as endpoints, suggesting that happiness or fulfillment awaits just beyond the next achievement. Yet, this finish line is an ever-moving target, redefining itself with each success. Think of career milestones, such as promotions or business acquisitions, where attaining one goal immediately makes way for the next, postponing contentment indefinitely. Or consider personal milestones like getting fit or achieving personal development goals, where satisfaction is delayed by focusing on an elusive finish line rather than valuing the ongoing journey. This myth persists because it offers a tangible endpoint, providing motivation and focus. The promise of completion creates a sense of purpose and direction. However, perpetually chasing after a finish line can overshadow the enjoyment and fulfillment found within the process itself. It risks continuous dissatisfaction, tethering happiness to future achievements. To dispel this myth, cultivate an appreciation for progress and the present moment. Ask, am I finding joy in the journey or fixating solely on the destination? Shift focus to the experience, valuing each step and lesson learned along the way. Embrace goals as markers of growth rather than definitive ends. Releasing the myth of the finish line nurtures a life of ongoing fulfillment, where each moment is cherished for its inherent value. It transforms life into a journey without limits, rich in exploration and wonder. Segment 44. The drama loop. Imagine being caught in a whirlwind where tensions swirl and emotions run high. This continuous cycle is the drama loop, where life's challenges get amplified into recurring sagas. Drama loops thrive on heightened emotions and conflict, drawing us into patterns where small issues become exaggerated stories. These loops create environments full of tension and emotional turmoil. Think of work situations where minor disagreements escalate into full-blown office politics, pulling everyone into a cycle of stress and rivalry. Or consider personal relationships where small misunderstandings snowball into dramatic narratives, overshadowing kindness and communication with unnecessary tension. This loop often stems from a need for excitement or significance, Drama provides intensity and distraction, filling emotional voids with perceived importance and engagement. However, living within the drama loop can lead to fatigue and damage relationships, consuming mental energy that could be focused on understanding and growth. To break free from this loop, identify recurring patterns of conflict and stress. Ask, am I contributing to the drama or seeking resolution and peace? Practice mindfulness, emphasizing calm and clarity over emotional reaction. Focus on effective communication and empathy, choosing to disengage from dramatics whenever possible. Stepping away from the drama loop fosters healthier interactions and a more peaceful inner world. It encourages a life where serenity and understanding prioritize genuine connection over unnecessary conflict. Segment 45. The certainty illusion. Imagine standing on a seemingly solid ground that, upon closer inspection, shifts like sand beneath your feet. This is the certainty illusion, where the quest for absolute knowledge and predictability offers false security. In an unpredictable world, clinging to certainty provides comfort, assuring us against the unknown. We often build routines and beliefs that seem unshakable, craving the idea of reliability. Consider decision-making processes where only the most certain outcomes are valued, leading to avoidance of risks that could foster growth and innovation. Or think about rigid beliefs where questioning is discouraged and alternate viewpoints are dismissed, anchoring a false sense of security in inflexibility. This illusion persists because certainty feels reassuring. It simplifies complexity, creating clear boundaries and reducing the cognitive load of uncertainty. However, the certainty illusion can limit exploration and creativity, keeping us tethered to outdated beliefs and missing opportunities that growth and adaptation offer. To navigate beyond this illusion, embrace curiosity over certainty. Ask, am I open to new experiences and ideas, or am I clinging to outdated certainties? Encourage flexibility in thought and action, welcoming diverse perspectives and embracing discomfort as a catalyst for learning. Practice adaptability, seeing change not as a threat, but as an opportunity. By freeing yourself from the certainty illusion, life becomes an evolving journey. It opens the door to discovery, allowing your path to be guided by both conviction and curiosity, grounded in an openness to the unexpected. Segment 46. The safety net of blame. Imagine a net stretched wide beneath you, offering protection, but anchoring you in place. This is the safety net of blame, where assigning fault becomes a barrier to moving forward. Blame acts as a comforting refuge, redirecting responsibility and shielding us from personal accountability. Yet, this net, while secure, can entangle progress and growth. Think of a project at work that missed its mark. It's easy to point fingers at a challenging client or insufficient resources, rather than reflecting on potential improvements or learning. Or consider personal relationships where past grievances are continually highlighted, preventing healing and the development of deeper understanding and connection. The allure of blame lies in its simplicity. It provides immediate relief from guilt and the discomfort of introspection, casting the source of problems elsewhere. However, consistently residing within this net can stagnate personal development, maintaining cycles of conflict and distraction instead of resolution and learning. To step beyond this safety net, shift focus towards solution-oriented thinking. Ask, what can I learn from this situation, and how can I contribute to positive change? Embrace responsibility where appropriate, fostering an environment of growth and collaboration. Cultivate empathy and active listening, exploring how accountability can rebuild trust and inspire innovation. Releasing the safety net of blame aligns your journey with truth and empowerment. It transforms challenges into catalysts for learning, enriching life with a spirit of proactive engagement and resilience. Segment 47. Reality TV Mindset. Imagine every moment of your life played out in front of a camera, each action and emotion heightened for dramatic effect. This is the reality TV mindset, where life becomes a staged performance, more focused on presentation than authenticity. In a world influenced by curated experiences and social media, it's easy to slip into this mindset, living as if constantly under scrutiny, with every step shaped by the approval of an unseen audience. Consider the habit of sharing only highlight moments on social platforms, ensuring every image and word is perfect, crafting a narrative that prioritizes likes over lived experience. Or think about daily interactions where drama is amplified and conversations feel scripted, driven by the desire to entertain or impress, rather than engage meaningfully. This mindset flourishes because it offers attention and validation, turning ordinary moments into spotlighted events that seem more exciting and significant. However, the reality TV mindset can tether you to superficial interactions and unrealistic expectations, distancing genuine connections and the depth of real-life experiences. To break free, prioritize authenticity over performance. Ask, am I living for the approval of others, or am I embracing my true self? Choose genuine connection, sharing even the unpolished moments that truly reflect your life's narrative. Engage in experiences for their inherent joy, not for their potential to impress. Releasing the reality TV mindset invites a life enriched by sincerity and depth. It encourages living with intention, where connections are rooted in authenticity and moments are treasured for their true meaning. Segment 48. Advice overload. Imagine standing in a vast library, each book a voice offering guidance, until the sheer volume becomes overwhelming, drowning out your own. This is advice overload, where the abundance of guidance blurs clarity. In our information-rich world, advice comes from all corners: friends, family, experts, and the internet all eager to help, but often leading to confusion instead of clarity. Think of searching for solutions online, where every query returns thousands of suggestions, each promising to be the best, yet leaving you paralyzed by choice. Or consider the streams of unsolicited advice in personal decisions, where differing opinions from those around you sow doubt, making the path to resolution feel distant. This overload arises because advice offers comfort and direction in uncertain times, reassuring us with perceived expertise and shared experiences. However, an excess of recommendations can muffle your inner voice, stifling intuition and personal insight, while leading to decision fatigue and second-guessing. To navigate advice overload, hone in on discerning the relevance of incoming voices. Ask, does this advice resonate with my values and particular circumstances? Prioritize your judgment, treating advice as a guide, not a directive. Engage in self-reflection to align decisions with your inner compass and unique needs. Finding balance within advice overload empowers you to trust your instincts. It transforms outside guidance into a tool, not a tether, allowing decisions to reflect personal authenticity and wisdom. Segment 49. The inner narrator. Imagine a voice weaving a constant story of your life, narrating every act and decision with color and flair. This is the inner narrator, the storyteller within who shapes your reality. Our minds possess this powerful narrator, crafting interpretations and judgments about our experiences, often subtly influencing emotions and actions without us realizing. Consider moments of self-doubt, where the inner narrator emphasizes setbacks while downplaying achievements, spinning a tale of inadequacy and fear. Or reflect on days filled with positivity, where even minor successes are amplified, painting a narrative of capability and optimism that propels you forward. This narration occurs because our brains are wired for storytelling, providing context and meaning to the chaos of life. The stories create a sense of identity and continuity. However, an unchecked narrator can trap you in loops of negativity or distorted perceptions, overshadowing truth and potential with bias and fear. To harmonize with your inner narrator, recognize the stories it tells and their impact. Ask, is this narrative serving my growth and well-being, or is it limiting me? Cultivate awareness, challenging unhelpful narratives while embracing those that uplift and empower. Reframe negative stories into opportunities for growth, using affirmations that align with your true self. Engaging constructively with your inner narrator allows you to consciously author your life's story. It transforms life into a tapestry of intentional experiences, where each chapter reflects authenticity and hope. Segment 50. Thought to fact. Imagine clouds drifting across the sky, each one unique, yet ephemeral, much like the nature of thoughts. This concept is thought to fact, where recognizing the difference empowers clarity and freedom. Our minds generate countless thoughts daily, narrating fears, judgments, and interpretations. Yet, it's crucial to remember that just because a thought arises, it doesn't declare a truth. Consider moments of anxiety where a thought claims, "I'm not capable." These often automatic thoughts, unchecked, can be mistaken as fact, shaping self-perception and limiting potential. Or reflect on assumptions we make about others' intentions based purely on fleeting thoughts, leading to misunderstanding or unnecessary conflict when no evidence supports them. This misalignment happens because thoughts feel real and immediate, giving them the gravity of reality. Our brain's penchant for pattern recognition sometimes confuses thinking with knowing. However, equating thoughts with facts can distort reality, anchoring beliefs in unfounded narratives and hindering growth and genuine understanding. To distinguish thought from fact, practice discernment and mindfulness. Ask, what evidence supports this thought? How does it align with reality? Challenge automatic thoughts with inquiry and perspective-taking, embracing curiosity and evidence over assumption. Cultivate reflective practices that ground you in the present truth. Acknowledging that thoughts are not facts opens your mind to a landscape of possibilities. It nurtures emotional balance and insight, liberating you to explore life with clarity and intention. Segment 51. The "I'll start tomorrow" spell. Imagine standing at the edge of change, where every intention whispers, not today, but tomorrow. This is the "I'll start tomorrow" spell, where the promise of a new beginning is forever deferred. Procrastination often wears this cloak of optimism, lulling us with the idea that change is just a day away, perpetually accessible, but rarely grasped. Think of health goals, where the intention to exercise, eat better, or quit bad habits is persistently postponed. Tomorrow becomes the ideal moment, always within reach, but never present. Or consider personal projects and dreams that remain on the drawing board, comforted by the notion that tomorrow will offer more time, more energy, or more motivation. This mindset prevails because it provides relief from immediate discomfort, delaying effort with the illusion of responsible planning. Tomorrow holds no risk, merely potential. However, living under this spell can lead to a cycle of stagnation and missed opportunities, where action is always promised but seldom delivered. To break free, anchor your goals in the present by cultivating a mindset of immediacy and action. Ask, what small step can I take today to begin this journey? Replace tomorrow with tangible action, prioritizing progress over perfection. Embrace the messy, imperfect start, understanding that beginnings often lead to momentum. Releasing the "I'll start tomorrow" spell invigorates your path with purpose and immediacy. It transforms dreams from distant aspirations into active pursuits, encouraging a life of continuous engagement and fulfillment. Segment 52. Too many tabs open. Imagine a browser window cluttered with countless tabs, each one demanding attention, a digital reflection of the chaos in our minds. This is too many tabs open, where mental clutter disrupts focus and serenity. In an age of multitasking and constant connectivity, our attention is often splintered, jumping from one task to another without fully engaging in any single one. Think of a workday spent shifting from emails to meetings, with countless notifications in between. This frenzied switching leaves projects incomplete and creativity stifled. Or consider personal time, where moments intended for relaxation are interrupted by alerts and distractions, preventing true rest and rejuvenation. This behavior is driven by a desire to stay informed and efficient, nurtured by technology's promise of instant access and communication. However, maintaining too many tabs open can lead to mental fatigue and overwhelm, dispersing focus and hampering productivity and peace. To close some of these tabs, practice setting clear boundaries and priorities. Ask, which tasks require my full attention right now, and what can wait? Embrace single tasking, dedicating your focus to one task or experience at a time. Establish digital boundaries, such as scheduled breaks from screens or app notifications. Closing unnecessary tabs in your life restores clarity and calm, inviting deeper engagement and mindful presence. It creates a space where focus and intention transform productivity into fulfillment. Segment 53. The Hoarder's Heart. Imagine a room filled with cherished items, each with a story, yet so crowded that it becomes hard to navigate. This is the hoarder's heart, where holding on to past and present detritus constricts the space needed for new experiences. In life, the habit of emotional and physical accumulation can weigh us down, keeping us tethered to what no longer serves our growth. Consider personal possessions that accumulate out of sentiment or fear of letting go, closets full of unworn clothes, or rooms filled with forgotten treasures, creating clutter rather than comfort. Or reflect on emotional baggage, where past grievances, regrets, or unfulfilled dreams linger, crowding the heart and hindering emotional freedom. This tendency arises from the comfort and security objects and memories provide, signifying stability in a world of change. Holding on feels like protecting what's meaningful. However, accumulating without discernment can overwhelm, preventing openness to new opportunities and hindering clear emotional space for healing and growth. To release the hoarder's grip, cultivate the art of mindful decluttering. Ask, does this object or emotion support my current self, or is it a relic of the past? Practice letting go of what no longer aligns with your values or aspirations. Create space for the new, welcoming transformation and allowing room for fresh experiences and connections. Liberating the hoarder's heart invites simplicity and renewal, enabling a life enriched by what matters most. It transforms attachment into appreciation, fostering an open and abundant journey. Segment 54. The fantasy fallacy. Imagine living in a vivid daydream, where idealistic visions outshine the nuances of reality. This is the fantasy fallacy, where a focus on idealized outcomes obscures the beauty and complexity of the present. Fantasies, with their allure of perfection, can captivate our thoughts, leading us to compare reality unfavorably to these daydreams. Think of career aspirations where the dream job seems effortlessly fulfilling, bypassing the challenges and efforts required. The allure of fantasy can overshadow the genuine satisfaction found in the journey itself. Or consider personal relationships envisioned as perfect tales of harmony, eclipsing the real work and growth required to nurture enduring bonds. Reality often pales against imagined ideals. This fallacy thrives on the desire for completion and perfection, offering escapes from daily struggles and embracing the ideal over the achievable. However, indulging in this fallacy can lead to dissatisfaction and disillusionment, as the ideal remains out of reach, creating a barrier to appreciating real progress and joy. To step away from the fantasy fallacy, ground your visions in reality-based goals and mindfulness. Ask, how can I appreciate and work within my current situation, rather than chase an ideal? Embrace the richness and imperfections of your present, finding balance between inspiration and reality. Celebrate achievable milestones and the nuanced beauty in everyday life. Releasing yourself from the fantasy fallacy fosters gratitude and fulfillment. It empowers you to live authentically, where dreams enhance reality rather than eclipse it, creating a satisfying and vibrant journey. Segment 55. The hyper-reality loop. Have you ever felt like social media creates a reality that's more vivid and yet more elusive than real life? In hyper-reality, representations and simulations take on a life of their own. It's like living in a perpetual amusement park, where reality is exaggerated to the extent that it's both captivating and deceiving. This blurring of lines between the real and the simulated deeply affects our perceptions and expectations. Imagine watching a heavily edited travel vlog and feeling like your own vacations are inadequate, or experiencing virtual reality adventures that make real-world explorations seem less thrilling. These are examples of how hyper-reality can distort our views. People often embrace hyper-reality for its entertainment, value, and escapism, offering a crafted version of life that's more appealing. Yet, this can lead to dissatisfaction and disconnection from authentic experiences, setting unrealistic expectations about life and relationships. To recognize hyper-reality, pay attention to feelings of inadequacy or discontent that arise after engaging with media or technology. To counteract its effects, limit your exposure and engage more with unedited, real-world experiences. Finding joy in reality involves embracing imperfections, which fosters genuine fulfillment. Take a moment to reflect on a recent time when you felt truly content without any digital enhancement. Segment 56. The what-if machine. Have you ever found yourself caught in a loop of endless possibilities, each what-if tugging at your attention like a thread in an intricate tapestry? This is the realm of the what-if machine, where our minds venture into hypothetical scenarios, sometimes at the expense of the present moment. The allure of pondering what if lies in its endless potential to reshape the narrative of our lives. It offers an escape into an uncertain realm where fears and desires intermingle. Consider the job opportunity you didn't pursue, the conversation you didn't have, or the adventure you turned down. These thoughts can linger, painting over the canvas of our current reality with doubts and imagined alternatives. While contemplating different possibilities can be valuable for reflection and learning, it may lead to regret or anxiety if it becomes excessive. This continual questioning can overshadow the beauty and satisfaction found in the present, making it difficult to engage with life as it is. Instead of being a tool for inspiration and potential growth, the what-if machine can become a cycle of hesitation and dissatisfaction, keeping us from fully committing to our choices and experiences. To navigate away from the what-if trap, focus on embracing your current path with mindfulness and gratitude. Ask yourself, how does my present reality enrich my life, and how can I make the most of it right now? Accepting where you are, while maintaining an openness to change and growth, can turn what formerly felt like missed opportunities into moments of empowerment and clarity. Ultimately, grounding yourself in the present allows you to appreciate the path you're on, making each choice and experience feel complete and meaningful. Take a moment to ponder a recent decision you've made. What has it brought into your life, and how can you nurture the positives it offers? Segment 57. The exhausted soul. Have you ever felt a deep, pervasive sense of weariness that goes beyond physical fatigue? This is the realm of the exhausted soul state, where mental and emotional reserves feel depleted, often obscured by the busyness of daily life. In a world that values constant productivity and connectivity, it's easy for our inner selves to feel overshadowed and overlooked. The expectations and pressures of modern life can gradually wear down our spirit, leaving us feeling unmoored and drained. Consider how often we fill our schedules to the brim, striving to meet demands at work, maintain social obligations, and keep up with digital interactions. This relentless pace might leave little room for reflection or rejuvenation, nurturing an inner exhaustion. The signs of an exhausted soul can be subtle and mistaken for mere tiredness, a lack of enthusiasm for activities once cherished, an emotional numbness, or an unfocused restlessness. Acknowledging this soul exhaustion is the first step to renewal. It's essential to carve out time to truly rest, beyond just physical relaxation. This may involve disconnecting from the virtual world and reconnecting with nature, creativity, or calm solitude. Replenishing the soul may also involve seeking meaningful connections or engaging in activities that inspire and energize you. Giving yourself permission to slow down and reflect on what truly nourishes you can foster a sense of peace and alignment. Take a moment to identify one small change you can make today to rejuvenate your soul. Perhaps it's a quiet walk, a moment of meditation, or simply allowing yourself to do nothing at all. Remember, honoring and attending to the needs of your soul is not a luxury, but a vital component of well-being. Embrace these restorative practices as a pathway to rediscover your inner vibrancy and resilience. Segment 58. Fear of stillness. In today's fast-paced world, have you ever felt uneasy at the prospect of being still? The fear of stillness often stems from a culture that equates being busy with being successful, leaving little room for tranquility. For many, stillness may bring about discomfort or anxiety, as it forces us to confront our inner thoughts. In the silence, we're faced with questions we might usually drown out with the noise of activity and distraction. Consider how moments of quiet might be filled by instantly reaching for a smartphone or filling the time with tasks. This response can be a defense mechanism to dodge the deeper introspection that stillness invites. While activity and productivity are vital aspects of life, a lack of stillness can leave us disconnected from our true selves, fostering stress and burnout. The constant activity often prevents us from reflecting on our actions and emotions, leading to an unexamined life. Embracing stillness doesn't mean letting go of productivity. Instead, it involves integrating moments of calm into our routine to enrich our lives with thoughtful presence. Cultivating stillness can begin with simple practices like mindful breathing, gentle meditation, or simply observing nature without distraction. These practices can help you become more attuned to your thoughts and emotions in a non-judgmental way, easing the fear of introspection. To make peace with stillness, start by allowing yourself short periods of undisturbed quiet and gradually extend these moments. Let stillness become a sanctuary where introspection and authenticity can flourish. Consider how these moments of silence can be perceived as an opportunity, a reprieve from external pressures, and a chance to realign with your core values and desires. What might you discover in the stillness when you allow yourself to be fully present? Segment 59. The ghost of the past. Have you ever felt haunted by memories of times long gone, like shadows lingering at the edge of your present? This is the realm of the ghost of the past, a familiar spectre that can shape how we perceive today and tomorrow. Our past experiences, both joyous and painful, leave imprints on our consciousness. While memories can serve as powerful teachers, they may also become heavy burdens if not reconciled, affecting how we live in the here and now. Consider those moments from your past that resurface unexpectedly. You may find yourself reliving events and emotions as though they happened only yesterday. This can be particularly true of past mistakes, regrets, or unresolved conflicts. These lingering memories can create a loop of self-reproach or longing that keeps you tethered to what was, hindering personal growth and the ability to fully embrace the present. Acknowledging the ghost of the past allows us to begin a process of understanding and healing. Reflect on what these memories reveal about your values, strengths, and areas where growth can happen. Healing requires patience and kindness towards oneself, viewing past actions and events with empathy. Incorporating practices like journaling, dialogue, or therapy can be instrumental in this process, providing a safe space to explore these memories. It's important to recognize that the past is a part of your story, but it does not define your entirety. Each new day offers an opportunity to write a fresh chapter, informed but not overshadowed by what has come before. As you reflect on your own past, you might ask yourself, what has this ghost taught me, and how can it guide me toward a future unshackled by its presence? Remember, ghosts of the past can whisper of lessons learned and strength gained when viewed with a compassionate heart. What steps could you take today to gently lay the past to rest and walk unwaveringly into your own present and future? Segment 60. Emotional echoes. Have you ever noticed how certain emotions from the past can resonate far into the future, much like an echo reverberating across time? These emotional echoes can subtly influence our present, shaping how we respond to new and old experiences alike. Every emotion we experience leaves a trace within us. While some fade quietly, others persist, amplifying reactions and often surfacing in unexpected moments through similar situations or triggers. Consider times when an old, familiar emotion resurfaces, a spark of fear, a wave of nostalgia, or a pang of regret. These echoes can sometimes be perplexing, as they may arise from events long forgotten but not entirely resolved. Such echoes can be constructive reminders of what we've overcome and learned, but they can also amplify stress if left unacknowledged or misunderstood. The key to navigating emotional echoes lies in understanding and reflecting upon them. By exploring their origins and meanings, we can gain insights into our emotional landscape and what triggers these reverberations. To do this, mindfulness can be a valuable tool, enabling you to observe these echoes without judgment. Consider how acknowledging these emotional patterns can illuminate aspects of your subconscious that guide your behavior in nuanced ways. Initiating a regular practice like journaling or meditation can help in examining these echoes more closely, transforming them from intrusive ripples into waves of self-awareness and emotional growth. Understanding emotional echoes involves patience and ongoing practice, as you learn to discern the messages they bring from your deeper self. As you move forward, you might ask, what are the echoes of my heart trying to tell me, and how can they guide me toward emotional resilience and clarity? Embrace these echoes not as mere reminders of what was, but as instruments of insight for what can be. What might you discover if you listen softly to the echoes that reside within? Segment 61. Weaponized intelligence. In an age where intelligence is often celebrated as a key to success, have you ever considered how this very gift can be used to detrimental ends? This is the concept of weaponized intelligence, the use of intellect to manipulate, dominate, or deceive others. Intelligence is a powerful tool, often associated with problem-solving, innovation, and understanding the complexities of our world. But when wielded without empathy or ethical consideration, it can become a weapon rather than a force for good. Consider how sharp wit and knowledge can be used to undermine or belittle others in a bid for control or superiority. This misuse of intellect can create environments where intimidation and mistrust thrive rather than collaboration and mutual respect. Weaponized intelligence can manifest in various ways, such as using sophisticated language to confuse rather than clarify, or employing psychological insights to exploit vulnerabilities. When intelligence morphs into manipulation, it has the potential not only to harm others but also to erode the integrity and trust upon which healthy relationships are built. Recognizing the subtle line between using intelligence constructively versus destructively is crucial. It's about cultivating self-awareness and a moral compass that guides how we employ our intellectual strengths. One way to counteract this misuse is to actively engage in empathetic communication, where the goal is understanding and connecting with others. By aligning intelligence with compassion, we can create a more just and supportive world. Reflect on how you, too, can use your intellect to uplift, support, and educate, rather than manipulate or oppress. Consider how this aligns with your values and the legacy you wish to leave. Ask yourself, in what ways can I ensure my intelligence serves not just myself, but the greater good, fostering growth and harmony? Embrace the responsibility that comes with intelligence, channeling it towards creating positive change and understanding. How will you use your wisdom to build up rather than break down those around you? Segment 62. Resentment replay. Have you ever found yourself replaying a moment of hurt or injustice over and over in your mind, unable to let it go? This is what we call the resentment replayer mental loop, where past grievances continue to gnaw away at our peace. Resentment, with its roots often deep in feelings of betrayal or unfair treatment, can anchor us to negative emotions. These feelings may seem justified, but when left unchecked, they become a self-perpetuating cycle that affects mental and emotional well-being. The resentment replay acts much like a broken record, where hurtful narratives and emotions are relived, amplifying bitterness and frustration. This ongoing loop can hinder our ability to experience joy and constrain relationships, as it often clouds our perception of current realities. Such replays are not only mentally taxing, they can also manifest physically, contributing to stress, related ailments over time. Recognizing when you're caught in a resentment replay is the first step towards liberation. This awareness involves mindful reflection on why these feelings persist and an honest assessment of how they impact your present life. Finding ways to break out of this replay often requires concerted effort and compassion toward oneself. Forgiveness, both of others and oneself, plays a crucial role, not as an act of forgetting, but as a conscious choice to release the hold that resentment has over your life. Practices such as journaling, where you write down these feelings and reflect on their origins, can help dissipate their power. Engaging in open conversations with trusted individuals or seeking professional guidance can also provide new perspectives on these lingering emotions. Ultimately, the goal is to transform resentment, shifting it from replay to resolution, allowing for healing and growth. Ask yourself, what would it mean for me to release this resentment? How might my life change if I stop replaying the hurt and instead focus on healing? Remember, releasing resentment is not just about letting go of the past. It's about reclaiming your present and setting the stage for a more peaceful and fulfilling future. What steps can you take today to minimize the power of resentment and allow yourself to move toward acceptance and contentment? Segment 63. The trap of being nice. In a world that often values politeness and accommodation, have you ever wondered about the hidden costs of always being nice? This is the trap of being nice, a cycle in which personal boundaries might be compromised in the pursuit of keeping peace and pleasing others. Being nice is typically seen as a virtue, synonymous with kindness and thoughtfulness. Yet, when the desire to be seen as agreeable overshadows authenticity, it can lead to inner conflict and diminish your sense of self. Consider how consistently putting others' needs above your own might create a disconnect between who you are and how you present yourself to the world. This dissonance can lead to resentment, as your own needs and desires remain unexpressed and unfulfilled. The trap of being nice often stems from a fear of conflict or rejection, but by avoiding honest expression to maintain harmony, you might unwittingly perpetuate personal discontent. Recognizing this trap involves acknowledging the delicate balance between kindness and self-authenticity. It's about understanding that genuine kindness does not require self-sacrifice, nor does it mean neglecting your own boundaries and truth. Practice setting clear, respectful boundaries as a means of honoring both your needs and those of others. Communicating your thoughts and feelings with honesty allows for relationships built on mutual respect and understanding, rather than silent obligation. Learning to say no when necessary and advocating for yourself with confidence can transform your interactions from perfunctory niceties to meaningful exchanges. Reflect on this. How would my life improve if I embraced authenticity over mere niceness, allowing my true self to guide my actions? Encourage yourself to find that balance, where kindness is an extension of your true self, not a veneer over your genuine needs and feelings. As you navigate this journey, recognize that being truly nice involves honesty and integrity, qualities that allow for deeper connections and a more fulfilling life. What steps can you take to escape the trap of being nice and toward embracing an authentic, wholehearted approach to your interactions? Segment 64. The bias of hope. Hope is often hailed as a beacon of light, guiding us through challenging times. But have you ever pondered the potential pitfalls when hope becomes biased or blinds us to reality? This is the bias of hope, the inclination to maintain optimism at the expense of seeing situations as they truly are. Hope, in its essence, fuels resilience and inspires action. It provides comfort and motivation during difficulties. However, when hope morphs into unrealistic optimism, it might prevent us from engaging with the present, as it demands our thoughtful attention. Consider how holding on to overly hopeful expectations can skew your perception, leading you to overlook warning signs or ignore critical information that doesn't fit your optimistic narrative. This bias can obscure rational decision-making and create a gap between expectations and reality. The bias of hope may manifest in various aspects of life, from relationships to careers, where the desire for positive outcomes leads to ignoring evidence that suggests a different reality. Recognizing this bias requires a delicate balance of nurturing optimism while staying grounded in the present and the facts. Cultivating mindful awareness helps in discerning when hope is empowering versus when it potentially hinders personal growth. It's about embracing a realistic hope, one that encourages positivity but simultaneously acknowledges present challenges and limitations. This means creating space for both hope and pragmatic planning, ensuring that your aspirations are rooted in reality. Reflect. In what areas of my life is hope leading me positively, and where might it be clouding my judgment or expectations? When you align hope with honest reflection and adaptable strategies, it becomes a powerful ally, encouraging not just dreams, but actionable paths toward achieving them. Challenge yourself to harness hope in a balanced manner, where its light doesn't overshadow clarity, but rather enhances it, guiding you wisely and sincerely. How can you refine your hopeful outlook to achieve a more balanced perspective, ensuring hope lifts you up without leading you astray? Segment 65. Meaning without magic. In our search for purpose, it's tempting to look for extraordinary events or signs to guide us. But can we find profound meaning in the ordinary, without the allure of magic or miracles? This is the idea of finding meaning without magic, where everyday life offers depth and significance. The concept of magic often relates to the wondrous or inexplicable, something that seemingly transcends mundane reality. Yet, when we rely solely on magical thinking, we might overlook the subtle, consistent beauty in the routine and familiar. Imagine how finding significance in common experiences could transform your perspective. The morning sunlight filtering through the trees, a heartfelt conversation, or the quiet growth achieved through daily practice. These moments often hold rich meaning when we choose to notice and appreciate them. Finding meaning without magic requires shifting our focus from waiting for the spectacular to embracing the authentic value in life's simple wonders. This means recognizing that the extraordinary is often woven into the fabric of the ordinary. Consider the power of gratitude and mindfulness in helping to illuminate the depth of seemingly simple experiences. By paying attention to the present, we become more attuned to the nuances that contribute to a life full of purpose, beyond the need for grand gestures or miraculous occurrences. Ask yourself, how often do I miss the meaningful in the routine because I'm seeking something more, something magical? Cultivating a mindset that values the ordinary involves recognizing the impact of small actions and moments that collectively shape our lives. It is about seeing life not as mundane, but as a tapestry where every thread contributes to a bigger picture. When you embrace meaning without magic, you allow yourself to appreciate life as it is, with all its imperfections and simplicity. This approach often leads to a more profound sense of fulfillment and connection to the world around you. Take a moment to reflect on how you can find and celebrate meaning in everyday life. What steps can you take today to see the magic in the ordinary and live a life rich in purpose and presence? Segment 66. Escaping now. In our fast-paced lives, it's easy to find ourselves longing for escape, constantly seeking refuge in future plans or daydreams. But what happens when this pattern causes us to miss the richness of the present moment? Today, we explore the idea of escaping now, the habit of mentally fleeing from our current experience in pursuit of something seemingly better. The desire to escape can manifest in various forms through screen time, fantasy, or incessantly planning for a future that promises fulfillment. While it's natural to seek relief from stress or monotony, this tendency can hinder our ability to engage deeply with the present and appreciate what it offers. Consider how often you find yourself daydreaming about the next vacation, imagining a future where all problems are solved. This inclination might distract from the present, where authentic moments of joy, connection, and growth are already accessible. The challenge lies in recognizing when the impulse to escape leads to dissatisfaction or prevents you from living life fully. It's about understanding that while planning and dreaming are valuable, the only time we truly inhabit is now. Embracing the present requires a shift in mindset, a choice to focus on what is rather than what might be. Mindfulness and gratitude play crucial roles in anchoring us to the now, helping us savor life's experiences instead of passing them by. Reflect, how often do I find myself escaping into thoughts of the future, and what might I be missing in the present as a result? By cultivating an awareness of the present moment, you can begin to find contentment and significance in everyday experiences. This approach encourages a deeper appreciation for the simple joys and challenges that contribute to your personal journey. Accepting and engaging with the present does not mean ignoring aspirations or future goals, but rather balancing them with an appreciation for what today brings. Challenge yourself to recognize the beauty and potential within the now, using it as a foundation upon which your future is built. As you navigate the nuances of escaping now, consider ways to ground yourself in the present moment. What practices can you adopt to ensure that your focus remains anchored in today, fostering a life rich in gratitude and presence? Segment 67. Craving crisis. It's a peculiar aspect of human nature, the attraction to chaos, the tendency to crave crisis. But why is it that sometimes we find ourselves drawn to drama or upheaval? Let's explore the phenomenon of craving crisis, where the allure of intensity can overshadow the stability and peace in our lives. While crises are inherently stressful and disruptive, they can also provide a sense of urgency and clarity that is often missing in everyday situations. In some cases, they serve as a catalyst for change, pushing us towards necessary growth or action that we might otherwise avoid. However, there's a fine line between harnessing the transformative power of a crisis and becoming reliant on turmoil for excitement or validation. This craving can manifest in various ways, from seeking dramatic narratives to creating conflict where none exists. It's important to recognize when this tendency arises. Ask yourself, do I subconsciously invite chaos into my life because it provides a sense of purpose or focus that I struggle to find in calmer times? Understanding this impulse involves examining the underlying needs and emotions that drive us towards crisis. It's crucial to identify whether the urge stems from boredom, a lack of direction, or a desire for attention. Once you recognize the patterns of craving crisis, you can begin to find healthier ways to fulfill those needs. This might include envisioning and pursuing personal challenges that promote growth without the detrimental effects of chaos. Consider how mindfulness and self-reflection can aid in understanding and redirecting these impulses. By fostering self-awareness, you can uncover what truly motivates you, using that insight to create a more balanced and fulfilling life. Reflect on the ways you could channel your energy and creativity into constructive endeavors rather than crisis-driven actions. Ultimately, the goal is to cultivate a sense of purpose and engagement that doesn't rely on drama or disruption. This means seeking out meaningful experiences that offer enrichment and satisfaction without unnecessary chaos. As you contemplate the dynamics of craving crisis, think about how you can balance excitement with stability. What proactive steps can you take to ensure that your life is enriched by genuine fulfillment rather than being driven by the volatility of crisis? Segment 68. The myth of independence. We often celebrate independence as a hallmark of strength and self-sufficiency. But what if the pursuit of being completely independent is, in itself, a myth? Today, we delve into the myth of independence, an exploration of how interconnected we truly are, despite the ideal of absolute self-reliance. The notion of independence suggests an ability to thrive without support from others, a vision of being entirely self-made. Our cultural narratives often glorify the lone hero, the individual who accomplishes great feats, unaided by others. However, this perspective can obscure the reality that our lives are inherently woven with the contributions and influences of many. True independence, as commonly understood, is both admirable and illusory. While self-sufficiency is valuable, acknowledging our dependence on others reveals a deeper truth about the human experience. We rely on others for support, growth, and connection dependencies that foster empathy, community, and cooperation. This myth of independence can sometimes lead to feelings of isolation or inadequacy when we inevitably find ourselves needing assistance or companionship. In contrast, recognizing and embracing our interdependence with others can enrich our lives and enhance our well-being. Ask yourself, what does true independence mean for me? And how does that align with the interconnected world I live in? Cultivating a mindset that values interdependence involves appreciating the roles others play in our journey and understanding that seeking help is not a weakness, but a natural part of thriving. Instead of viewing reliance on others as a shortcoming, consider how collective efforts often lead to richer, more nuanced outcomes. Collaboration can offer perspectives and strengths that solitary endeavors might lack. Reflect on the ways you can nurture your connections and contribute positively to shared endeavors. How can valuing interdependence open doors to new possibilities, making your life more vibrant and sustainable? Ultimately, embracing the myth of independence involves redefining our understanding of what it means to be strong and capable, recognizing that our greatest achievements are often rooted in collaboration and mutual support. Take a moment to consider how you can harmonize independence with interdependence in your life. What steps can you take to appreciate and integrate the support of others, fostering a community where everyone benefits from shared strengths? Segment 69. Loyalty to suffering. Suffering, though an inevitable part of the human experience, is not an identity we have to embrace and live within perpetually. Yet, some individuals find themselves bound by a loyalty to suffering, a pattern where pain becomes a familiar companion, influencing their choices and perspective. Today, we explore this complex topic to understand why we might remain loyal to our own suffering and how we can envision a path forward. Suffering often feels validating. It can affirm our experiences, connect us with others, and provide a sense of identity. It's a powerful narrative that can easily entangle us, making it difficult to let go, even when the initial source of pain has long passed. Consider the ways in which clinging to suffering might offer a sense of belonging or understanding. For some, it becomes a badge of perseverance, a testament to what they have endured. However, when we allow suffering to define us, it can limit our growth and hold us back from embracing healing and joy. It's essential to ask, am I unconsciously loyal to my suffering? And how is it shaping my life beyond its immediate impact? Acknowledging this loyalty is the first step toward transformation. It's about shifting focus from the pain itself to the insights and strength gained through the experience. To move beyond a cycle of loyalty to suffering, it's important to cultivate self-compassion and openness to change. Embrace healing, not as a denial of past suffering, but as an acceptance of new possibilities. Consider practices like mindfulness, therapy, or creative expression as ways to process pain, build resilience, and find meaning that transcends suffering. Reflect on how letting go of the identity tied to suffering can lead to a fuller, more empowered existence. What steps can you take to honor your experiences while also making room for healing and happiness? Ultimately, breaking free from a loyalty to suffering involves forging a new narrative where you acknowledge the past but do not let it dictate your future. As you examine this concept, contemplate how you can redefine your relationship with suffering. How can you transform it into a stepping stone for growth, allowing for a life abundant in gratitude, purpose, and peace? Segment 70. Familiar to safe. In our search for comfort and security, We often equate the familiar with the safe. It's human nature to gravitate towards what we know, believing it offers a sense of protection. But what if the familiar isn't always synonymous with safety? Today, let's explore the notion that familiar or safe, and how this understanding can empower us to make healthier choices. We tend to find a certain reassurance in what is predictable. Familiar environments, routines, and relationships instill a sense of stability and control. However, the comfort of familiarity can at times mask underlying issues or unhealthy patterns that compromise our well-being. Ask yourself, do I mistake familiarity for safety, thereby remaining in situations that no longer serve me or cause harm? Often, the patterns we repeat are more about avoiding the discomfort of change than about seeking true security or growth. These patterns might include staying in unsatisfactory relationships, jobs, or habits simply because they feel known and manageable. The challenge is to discern between what is genuinely safe and what is merely familiar. This requires introspection, confronting fears, and sometimes embracing the unknown despite its initial discomfort. Consider the ways in which seeking new perspectives or environments can lead to a more authentic sense of safety. By stepping out of your comfort zone, you open yourself to new opportunities that might be more aligned with your actual needs and aspirations. Reflect on how you can examine areas of your life where familiarity might be holding you back. How can you identify the aspects of your environment or behavior that are rooted in habit rather than in genuine security? Encountering this realization involves a willingness to disrupt the status quo in pursuit of a more fulfilling and safe existence. As you ponder this idea, contemplate how redefining your perception of safety can lead to personal transformation. What steps can you take to embrace change, setting aside the comfort of familiarity for a path that truly nurtures and protects your well-being? Ultimately, recognizing that familiar does not always equal safe empowers you to create a life where your sense of security is based not on habit, but on conscious choice and genuine alignment with your needs. Segment 71. Too smart to fail. In a world that highly values intelligence and success, there exists a compelling illusion, the belief that one can be too smart to fail. But what happens when intellect alone isn't enough to prevent setbacks? Today, let's unpack the myth of being too smart to fail and explore how embracing failures can actually lead to greater wisdom and growth. The notion that brilliance shields us from failure is both alluring and misleading. It implies that intelligence guarantees flawless execution and outcomes. But the reality is that everyone, regardless of intellect, can encounter missteps and challenges along their journey. Ask yourself, do I rely on my intelligence as a safeguard against failure? And how does this impact my response to setbacks? This belief can sometimes foster a fear of failure, where individuals may avoid taking risks or venturing beyond their comfort zones for fear of not measuring up to their perceived intelligence. It can also lead to a reluctance to seek help or admit when one is struggling, reinforcing isolation rather than growth. Acknowledging that even the smartest individuals can experience failure is a critical step in personal and professional development. It allows us to view mistakes not as a reflection of our capabilities, but as opportunities for learning and innovation. Consider how embracing failure as a teacher can shift your mindset towards resilience and adaptability. By viewing setbacks as part of the learning process, you can cultivate a growth-oriented approach that values effort and persistence over perfection. reflect on how you can reframe your relationship with failure to leverage it as a stepping stone towards success. What strategies can you employ to overcome the fear of failure, allowing for creativity and experimentation in your pursuits? Ultimately, recognizing that no one is too smart to fail empowers you to embrace vulnerability and openness, key ingredients for authentic learning and progress. As you contemplate this perspective, consider the ways in which accepting failure can enhance your journey. How can you incorporate this understanding into your life, fostering an environment where intelligence is complemented by curiosity, humility, and a willingness to learn from every experience? In acknowledging that intellect alone isn't a shield against life's uncertainties, you begin to forge a path that values perseverance, adaptability, and continuous growth. Segment 72. Emotions to instructions. Emotions are an integral part of our human experience, serving as vital signals and reflections of our inner world. However, it's vital to recognize that emotions to instructions. Today, we delve into understanding how our emotions can inform us without necessarily dictating our actions, allowing for more intentional and balanced decision-making. Emotions are powerful influences. They can vividly color our perceptions and reactions, yet, interpreting them as directives can lead us to make impulsive choices that may not align with our long-term goals or values. Consider asking yourself, am I allowing my emotions to steer my actions, or am I interpreting them as information to guide thoughtful decisions? When we confuse emotions for instructions, we might find ourselves reacting instead of responding, perhaps speaking out of anger, making decisions out of fear, or avoiding challenges due to anxiety. Emotional reactions, while natural, often prioritize immediate relief over lasting solutions. The key is to view emotions as valuable data points rather than definitive commands. By acknowledging our feelings without being governed by them, we create space to respond more effectively and wisely. Practicing emotional awareness involves taking a pause to examine and understand your emotions before acting. This reflective process can help separate the emotion from the action, enabling you to choose responses that align with your deeper intentions and principles. Reflect on how you can develop strategies for managing your emotions without letting them define your actions. What practices can you put in place to acknowledge your feelings, yet proceed with intention and clarity? Ultimately, understanding that emotions are not instructions empowers you to operate from a place of mindfulness and deliberation rather than impulse. As you ponder this perspective, think about how this approach can enhance your interactions and decision-making processes. How can you cultivate emotional intelligence to lead a more balanced, harmonious, and intentional life? Recognizing that emotions provide guidance, directives fosters an environment where thoughtfulness and intention prevail, paving the way for deeper understanding and meaningful progress. Segment 73. Falling for fluency. In our quest for effective communication, fluency often emerges as a coveted skill. But what happens when we equate fluency with understanding? And does this lead us to falling for fluency? Today, let's explore the misconception that fluency guarantees comprehension and how we can deepen our understanding beyond the surface. Fluency, the ability to articulate thoughts smoothly and effortlessly, is indeed impressive. It can captivate an audience, convey confidence, and facilitate seamless interaction. Yet, It's crucial to discern that fluency doesn't always equate to depth or accuracy in understanding. Ask yourself, am I focusing on fluency as a sign of comprehension? And how does this impact my ability to truly grasp complex ideas? When we fall for fluency, we might be tempted to assume that articulate speakers fully understand the subject matter simply because they express it well. This can lead to overvaluing eloquence while overlooking the need for critical engagement and deeper inquiry. Recognizing the distinction between fluency and comprehension allows us to enhance our listening and learning skills. It prompts us to delve deeper into content, ask insightful questions, and seek clarity on nuances that fluency alone might gloss over. Think about how you can approach conversations and information with a curious and open mind, focusing on understanding rather than merely absorbing fluency. How can you develop habits that challenge surface-level assumptions and encourage thorough exploration of topics? Ultimately, identifying the difference between fluent expression and true understanding empowers you to become a more discerning communicator and learner. Consider how this mindset can influence your interactions and knowledge acquisition. How can you cultivate an environment where comprehension takes precedence over fluent delivery, leading to richer, more informed dialogues? In acknowledging the allure of fluency, we foster an environment that values curiosity and comprehension, enabling us to engage with and internalize knowledge more effectively. Segment 74. Binary thinking. In a world where decisions often seem urgent and choices stark, the tendency towards binary thinking can become prevalent. Today, we identify the limitations of binary thinking and explore the benefits of embracing complexity and nuance in our decision-making processes. Binary thinking simplifies our world into dual categories: right or wrong, success or failure, us versus them. While this can provide a false sense of clarity and control, it frequently overlooks the rich spectrum of possibilities that exist between extremes. Ask yourself, am I prone to viewing situations in black and white? And how does this affect my understanding and interactions with the world? Binary thinking can lead to overly simplistic judgments and rigid perspectives, often missing the subtleties that contribute to well-rounded understanding and effective problem-solving. By acknowledging and stepping beyond binary frameworks, we open ourselves to a more nuanced and comprehensive approach, fostering empathy, creativity, and collaboration. Consider how you can identify instances of binary thinking in your own life and explore ways to approach situations with an open mind that welcomes complexity. What strategies might you employ to resist the pull of dichotomous reasoning and instead nurture a mindset that embraces ambiguity and diversity of thought? Ultimately, breaking free from binary thinking can enhance our capacity for understanding, encouraging us to see the myriad shades of gray that contribute to more informed and compassionate perspectives. Reflect on how this shift can impact your relationships, decision-making, and problem-solving abilities. How can you create an environment that encourages a balance of analysis and open-minded exploration, leading to outcomes that are more inclusive and thoughtful? Recognizing the limitations of binary thinking empowers us to engage with the world in a more expansive and flexible manner, paving the way for deeper insights and more meaningful connections. Segment 75. The label loop. In our attempt to categorize and comprehend the world around us, we often find ourselves trapped in the label loop. Today, we delve into the impact of labeling and explore ways to break free from this cyclical thinking, to foster deeper understanding and connection. Labels help us simplify complex realities. They provide a way to quickly identify and communicate about people, ideas, and objects. However, they can also limit our perspectives, leading us to make assumptions and judgments based on these surface identifiers rather than genuine understanding. Consider these questions. Am I relying on labels to define people or situations? And how does this influence my interactions and perceptions? The label loop can confine individuals to narrow definitions, ignoring their multifaceted identities and capabilities. This leads to the reinforcement of stereotypes and overlooks the richness of diversity that exists beyond labels. By consciously stepping outside the label loop, we can begin to appreciate individuals and situations as they truly are, rather than through the lens of preconceived notions. Reflect on how you can practice viewing people and situations without defaulting to labels. What actions can you take to cultivate a mindset that values exploration, complexity, and the unique qualities inherent in every individual and context? Ultimately, by challenging the label loop, we open ourselves to experiences and relationships rooted in authenticity and mutual respect. Think about how this approach could change the way you engage with the world and those around you. How can you create a space where labels are merely starting points for further discovery rather than definitive judgments? Breaking free from the confining cycles of labeling enriches our interactions, leading to more genuine connections and a deeper appreciation of the diversity that surrounds us. Segment 76. Deserving to earning. In our journey through life's many landscapes, the concepts of deserving and earning often intermingle, sometimes in misleading ways. Today, we explore the distinction between these two ideas and how understanding their differences can reshape our perspectives on achievement and entitlement. Deserving implies a sense of inherent worthiness, often tied to principles of justice or morality. Earning, on the other hand, suggests obtaining something as a result of effort or achievement. Though they can be related, equating deserving with earning can blur the lines of fairness and merit. Reflect on this question. Do I conflate what I believe I deserve with what I have earned? And how might this affect my expectations and motivations? Confusing these concepts might lead to unreasonable expectations, where what we feel entitled to doesn't necessarily align with the effort or circumstances required to achieve it. This can foster frustration, resentment, or a diminished sense of accomplishment. By clearly distinguishing between deserving and earning, we cultivate a more balanced view that recognizes both personal merits and external factors in our successes and rewards. Consider how you can assess situations with a nuanced perspective, evaluating both the effort you've invested and the broader context of what you receive. How can understanding this difference guide you in setting realistic goals and appreciating the outcomes you achieve? Ultimately, distinguishing deserving from earning helps us navigate our aspirations and achievements with greater clarity and satisfaction, while also acknowledging the role of effort and fairness in our pursuits. Think about how adopting this mindset might influence your approach to challenges and opportunities. How can creating a healthy balance between recognizing your inherent worth and the value of your efforts enrich your personal and professional endeavors? Separating the concepts of deserving and earning empowers us to value each aspect appropriately, fostering a sense of fulfillment and justice in our lives and interactions. Segment 77. The Guilt Treadmill. Amidst our daily challenges and responsibilities, many of us find ourselves on what can be called the guilt treadmill. Today, we explore the nature of persistent guilt and how recognizing its patterns can free us to lead more serene and balanced lives. Guilt often arises when we perceive that we have failed to meet our own or others' expectations. It can serve as a useful moral compass, prompting introspection and growth. However, when guilt becomes a perpetual cycle, it may lead to feelings of inadequacy and emotional exhaustion. Consider this reflection. Am I frequently burdened by guilt? And how does this influence my sense of self and my daily experiences? The guilt treadmill keeps us in a loop of self-reproach, focusing on shortcomings and perceived failures without acknowledging successes and progress. This constant cycle can distort our self-image, diminishing our confidence and thwarting personal growth. By identifying the triggers and patterns of guilt, we can begin to step off this treadmill, allowing ourselves to break free from unproductive self-criticism. Think about how you can practice forgiveness and self-compassion, recognizing that mistakes are opportunities for learning rather than perpetual points of guilt. What strategies can you implement to challenge guilt-inducing thoughts and reframe them in a constructive light? Ultimately, easing off the guilt treadmill encourages a healthier relationship with ourselves, fostering resilience and a more positive outlook. Ponder how this shift in mindset might transform your emotional well-being and interactions with others. How can you nurture an environment where mistakes are met with understanding and growth, rather than endless guilt? Escaping the guilt treadmill frees us to engage more fully with life, promoting self-acceptance and the courage to embrace new opportunities. Segment 78. The fantasy of certainty. In our quest for stability and predictability, many of us fall into the alluring trap of the fantasy of certainty. Today, we unravel this powerful illusion and explore how embracing uncertainty can lead to growth and innovation. Certainty offers comfort. It provides a sense of security and control, anchoring us amidst life's unpredictable nature. However, the pursuit of absolute certainty can limit our openness to new experiences and hinder our ability to adapt and evolve. Ask yourself this reflective question: do I cling to certainty, and how might this impact my openness to change and novel experiences? The fantasy of certainty can create a false sense of permanence, where we resist change and overlook opportunities for learning and exploration. This rigidity stifles creativity and inhibits our capacity to navigate the unknown with confidence. By acknowledging the fundamental uncertainty of life, we can cultivate flexibility and resilience, empowering ourselves to thrive amid ambiguity. Consider how you can practice embracing uncertainty, viewing it not as a threat, but as a landscape ripe with possibilities. What steps can you take to develop a mindset that welcomes innovation and adaptability, even when the path is unclear? Ultimately, challenging the fantasy of certainty allows us to engage more dynamically with the world around us, fostering personal and professional growth. Reflect on how this perspective might transform your decision-making and approach to life's uncertainties. How can you create an environment that values exploration and resilience over the illusion of being sure and secure? Releasing the fantasy of certainty liberates us from fear of the unknown, encouraging us to embrace change and the endless potential it brings. Segment 79. Outcome worship. In our goal-driven society, the spotlight often shines brightly on results, fostering a culture we might term outcome worship. Today, we delve into the implications of overemphasizing outcomes and how shifting our focus can lead to more meaningful and fulfilling experiences. Outcomes are the tangible measures of our efforts, offering a sense of achievement and validation. They help us gauge progress and success. However, when the pursuit of outcomes overshadows the journey itself, we risk overlooking the intrinsic value of learning, growth, and connection. Contemplate this question: am I overly focused on outcomes? And how might this affect my enjoyment and appreciation of the process? Outcome worship can create a tunnel vision where results are prized above all else, often at the expense of creativity, curiosity, and personal satisfaction. This narrow focus can lead to stress, burnout, and a diminished sense of joy in our endeavors. By recalibrating our focus to appreciate the process, we open ourselves to richer, more rewarding experiences, embracing the lessons and growth embedded within each step. Think about how you can cultivate a mindset that values the journey and the transformative experiences it encompasses, alongside reaching goals. What strategies can you employ to balance ambition with a genuine appreciation for the process? Ultimately, easing away from outcome worship encourages us to strike a harmonious balance between our aspirations and the inherent value found in the journey. Reflect on how this shift might influence your motivation and fulfillment in both personal and professional pursuits. How can you foster an environment where the process is celebrated as much as the outcome, enhancing creativity and intrinsic satisfaction? Challenging outcome worship frees us to enjoy deeper engagement and authentic growth, cultivating a more holistic approach to our goals and aspirations. Segment 80. Internalized expectations. Beneath the layers of our ambitions and aspirations, many of us grapple with internalized expectations. Today, we explore how these expectations shape our identities and influence our life choices, and how we can reclaim our authentic selves. Internalized expectations are the beliefs and standards we adopt, often unconsciously, from family, society, and culture. They guide our actions and decisions, offering a framework within which we navigate life. Yet, when these expectations are not aligned with our true desires, they can lead to a sense of disconnect and dissatisfaction. Reflect on this question: how do internalized expectations influence my decisions, and do they reflect my true values and desires? These expectations can compel us to pursue paths that do not resonate with our authentic selves, fostering feelings of inadequacy and constraint. They may limit our potential and prevent us from exploring passions and interests that lie outside societal norms. By becoming aware of our internalized expectations, we can discern which align with our genuine self and which are imposed, allowing us to make more authentic and fulfilling choices. Consider how you can engage in self-exploration to identify and challenge these expectations, carving a path that is true to your own values and aspirations. What steps can you take to separate external pressures from your inner voice, cultivating a life that genuinely reflects who you are? Ultimately, releasing the grip of internalized expectations empowers us to design a life that resonates with authenticity and fulfillment. Think about how this perspective might influence your personal growth and joy. How can you create a supportive environment that honors individuality and nurtures self-discovery? Challenging internalized expectations liberates us, fostering a deeper connection to ourselves and the courage to pursue a life aligned with our true essence. Segment 81. The if-only illusion. In the realm of wishful thinking, we often encounter the if-only illusion. Today, we unpack this common mindset trap and explore how it affects our present happiness and future aspirations. The if-only illusion is the belief that happiness or fulfillment lies just beyond our current circumstances, hinging on that one elusive change. Whether it's a new job, a different relationship, or achieving a long-held goal, we tell ourselves, if only this happened, then I'd be truly happy. Ponder this introspective question. How often do I find myself dwelling on if-only scenarios? And how does this impact my satisfaction with the present? Succumbing to the if-only illusion can lead to perpetual dissatisfaction as we place our contentment in hypothetical futures rather than appreciating the present. This constant yearning can keep us trapped in a cycle of longing and discontent. By recognizing the fallacy in the if-only mindset, we can start to cultivate gratitude for our current circumstances, finding joy and meaning in what we already have. Reflect on how you can shift your perspective from future speculation to present appreciation. What practices can you adopt to nurture contentment with the here and now, while still remaining open to growth and change? Ultimately, releasing the if-only illusion allows us to engage more fully with our lives as they are, fostering a deeper sense of gratitude and well-being. Consider how this insight might transform your approach to aspirations and achievements. How can you structure your environment and mindset to balance ambition with acceptance of the present? Challenging the if-only illusion empowers us to find fulfillment in our current journey, enriching our lives with gratitude and presence. Segment 82. Fear as a filter. In the landscape of our inner world, fear as a filter plays a significant role in how we perceive and interact with our surroundings. Today, we explore how fear can distort our perception and decision-making, and how to navigate its presence with awareness and courage. Fear, a fundamental human emotion, acts as a protective mechanism, alerting us to potential threats. However, when it becomes a pervasive filter through which we view the world, it can distort reality, inhibit growth, and limit opportunities. Consider this reflective question. In what ways does fear act as a filter in my life? And how does this influence my perception of possibilities? When fear dominates our perspective, it can magnify risks and downplay potential rewards, leading to avoidance and missed opportunities for growth and fulfillment. It can manifest as self-doubt, anxiety, or reluctance to step outside our comfort zones. By acknowledging and understanding fear's influence, we can begin to recalibrate our mental filters, allowing for a more balanced and open perspective. Explore ways to engage with fear constructively, using it as a guide rather than a gatekeeper. What techniques can you employ to differentiate between rational caution and fear-based limitations, fostering a more courageous approach to life? Ultimately, recognizing fear as a filter empowers us to expand our horizons, embracing challenges and possibilities with renewed vigor and curiosity. Think about how this shift might affect your personal and professional growth. How can you cultivate an environment that encourages facing fear with a mindset of resilience and exploration? Confronting fear as a filter enables us to peel back layers of hesitation, paving the way for greater clarity and empowered actions. Segment 83. Love as a transaction. In the realm of human relationships, the concept of love as a transaction often emerges. subtly influencing how we give and receive affection. Today, we delve into this perspective to understand its impact on our connections and how we can foster more genuine bonds. The idea of love as a transaction implies that affections are exchanged conditionally, often based on perceived benefits and returns. While this is a natural aspect of social interaction, it can sometimes overshadow the true essence of unconditional love. Reflect on this thought-provoking question. In what ways do I perceive love as a transaction? And how does this affect my relationships with others? Viewing love transactionally can lead to a sense of obligation or expectation, where the focus shifts from mutual care and understanding to a balance sheet of give and take. This mindset may hinder the development of authentic connections. By recognizing and addressing this perspective, we can begin to cultivate relationships that are based on genuine affection and mutual respect, rather than conditional exchanges. Consider how you can shift your focus from transactional interactions to nurturing deeper emotional ties. What steps can you take to embrace authenticity and vulnerability, fostering relationships built on trust and unconditional love? Ultimately, moving beyond the transaction model allows us to experience richer, more meaningful relationships, where both giving and receiving are acts of love, not obligation. Reflect on how this paradigm shift might transform your personal connections and enhance emotional well-being. How can you create a supportive environment that encourages openness and genuine interaction? Challenging the notion of love as a transaction opens the door to profound and lasting bonds, enriched by sincerity and compassion. Segment 84. The chase for closure. In the journey of healing and understanding, the chase for closure is a universal quest many of us embark upon. Today, we explore what closure truly means, its significance, and how the pursuit of it shapes our emotional landscape. Closure represents a sense of resolution or finality, especially following events that leave us with lingering questions or emotional turbulence. It's the peace we're seeking at the end of a chapter, a way to understand and move forward. Consider this introspective question. How does the pursuit of closure manifest in my life? And what impact does it have on my emotional healing process? The chase for closure can be a double-edged sword. On one hand, it can provide comfort and comprehension, allowing us to integrate our experiences and move forward. On the other, the relentless pursuit of answers that may never come can lead to continued distress and emotional stagnation. By understanding the nature of our quest for closure, we can learn to approach it with mindfulness, accepting that not all stories end with tidy conclusions. Sometimes, closure is found not in answers, but in acceptance and personal growth. Explore ways to navigate the pursuit of closure with balance and self-compassion. What practices can you adopt to find peace within yourself, even when external circumstances remain unresolved? Ultimately, redefining closure empowers us to embrace the complexity of life's experiences, finding healing within our own narratives rather than in external validation. Reflect on how this understanding might influence your approach to unresolved situations. How can you nurture an internal sense of closure that bolsters resilience and emotional well-being? Releasing the rigid chase for closure opens us to the possibility of growth and acceptance, where peace is found in the journey rather than the destination. Segment 85. When enough is never enough. In our pursuit of success and fulfillment, the mindset of when enough is never enough often emerges, challenging our notions of satisfaction and contentment. Today, we delve into this pervasive attitude, examining its roots and how we can cultivate a sense of enough in our lives. The idea that what we have or achieve is never sufficient can create a persistent cycle of dissatisfaction and striving. This relentless pursuit often stems from internal pressures, societal comparisons, and the fear of missing out. Reflect on this contemplative question. How does the belief that enough is never enough manifest in my life? And how does it shape my sense of self-worth and contentment? This mindset can drive ambition and growth, but when unchecked, it may also lead to burnout, anxiety, and a perpetual sense of lack. It keeps us focused on what we haven't achieved, rather than appreciating present accomplishments and joys. Recognizing this pattern allows us to pause and reassess. We can begin to cultivate gratitude and fulfillment by redefining what enough means personally, beyond external metrics and societal expectations. Consider practices that help you embrace a mindset of sufficiency. What steps can you take to appreciate your current achievements and experiences, fostering a deep sense of contentment? Ultimately, shifting away from the belief that enough is never enough empowers us to cherish our lives more fully, nurturing a balanced blend of ambition and appreciation. Think about how this shift might enhance your well-being and relationships. How can you create an environment that encourages gratitude and recognizes the richness of the present moment? Accepting that enough can indeed be enough invites peace and satisfaction, enriching our lives with meaning and purpose beyond endless pursuit. Segment 86. The power of pause. In the midst of our fast-paced lives, the power of pause stands as a profound practice for reflection and rejuvenation. Today, we explore how taking intentional pauses can transform our approach to life and enhance our mental and emotional well-being. Pausing involves interrupting the cycle of constant activity to create space for presence, awareness, and connection with ourselves and our surroundings. It's a conscious act that can lead to greater clarity and mindfulness. Think about this reflective question. How can incorporating pauses into my daily routine influence my sense of presence and emotional clarity? In our culture of hustle, we often underestimate the value of rest and contemplation. Yet, it is in these moments of pause that we gain perspective, recharge our energy, and reconnect with our inner wisdom. By embracing the power of pause, we cultivate a more attentive way of living, allowing ourselves to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. This practice enriches our relationships, work, and personal growth. Consider simple ways to incorporate pausing into your life. What daily practices can you adopt to embrace moments of stillness and reflection, fostering a deeper connection with yourself? Ultimately, integrating pauses into our lives grants us the ability to appreciate the present moment, enhancing our sense of peace and fulfillment. Reflect on how this practice might shape your approach to challenges and opportunities. How can these intentional breaks promote resilience and creativity in your everyday life? Harnessing the power of pause invites a harmonious balance between action and rest, creating a life of greater mindfulness and intention. Segment 87. The observer's mind. In the journey towards self-awareness, cultivating the observer's mind offers a powerful way to experience our thoughts and emotions from a place of non-judgment. Today, we explore how adopting this mindset can lead to deeper understanding and emotional balance. The observer's mind allows us to step back and observe our inner experiences objectively, without immediately identifying with them or reacting impulsively. It's a skill that helps us see our thoughts as transient events rather than fixed truths. Consider this introspective question: how might developing an observer's mind alter my relationship with my thoughts and emotions, enhancing my mental clarity and emotional resiliency? By adopting this mindset, we create a space between stimulus and response, enabling us to reflect rather than react. This practice can diminish the power of negative patterns and promote a sense of calm and clarity. Integrating the observer's mind into daily life encourages a shift from automatic reactions to conscious responses, enhancing self-awareness and emotional intelligence. Explore techniques to cultivate an observer's mind in your routine. How can mindfulness practices and meditation aid in nurturing this perspective, allowing you to approach life with greater equanimity? Ultimately, embracing the observer's mind invites a deeper connection with our true selves, fostering inner peace and reducing the impact of stress and anxiety. Reflect on how this shift might influence your problem-solving abilities and interpersonal interactions. How can this perspective aid in achieving a more balanced and harmonious life? With the observer's mind, we learn to navigate life's complexities with grace and awareness, finding strength in our ability to observe without judgment. Segment 88. Learning to let go. In our journey through life, learning to let go serves as a transformative practice for emotional freedom and personal growth. Today, we explore the profound impact of releasing attachments and how it can pave the way to greater peace and fulfillment. Letting go involves releasing the grip of outdated beliefs, past grievances, and unmet expectations. It's about relinquishing control over what lies beyond our influence and embracing the present moment with an open heart. Consider this thoughtful question: what are the areas in my life where holding on is no longer serving me, and how might letting go create space for new opportunities and healing? Often, clinging to what is familiar, even if it causes distress, can feel more comfortable than facing the uncertain path of letting go. Yet, it is through this willingness to release that we discover resilience, clarity, and renewed energy. By learning to let go, we free ourselves from the emotional baggage that hinders our growth and limits our happiness. This practice encourages a shift from resistance to acceptance, fostering a serene and adaptable mindset. Contemplate ways to practice letting go in your own life. How can mindfulness, self-compassion, and reflection aid in this journey, allowing you to move forward with grace and strength? Ultimately, letting go empowers us to live more fully in the present, nurturing a life that is responsive to change and open to possibilities. Reflect on how this practice might transform your relationships and personal experiences. How can the art of letting go lead to deeper connections and a more vibrant life? Through the practice of letting go, we learn to navigate life's transitions with wisdom and courage, finding liberation in the acceptance of what is. Segment 89. Embracing don't know. In the quest for knowledge and certainty, embracing don't know can be a powerful way to cultivate humility and curiosity. Today, we explore how accepting the unknown can enrich our understanding and open us to new possibilities. Embracing don't know means acknowledging the limits of our knowledge and being open to uncertainty. It's an invitation to learn and experience life from a place of curiosity and wonder, rather than rigid certainty. Ponder this intriguing question: how can embracing the don't know mindset transform my approach to learning and problem solving, enhancing my ability to adapt and grow? In a world that often values certainty and quick answers, admitting that we don't know something can feel daunting. Yet, it is through this acceptance that we create space for innovation, exploration, and deeper discovery. By recognizing the value of the unknown, we open ourselves to diverse perspectives and learning opportunities, fostering a flexible and adaptive mindset. Consider how you might integrate this approach into your daily life. How can an openness to don't know encourage deeper listening and expand your capacity for growth and understanding? Ultimately, embracing don't know empowers us to live with a sense of openness, allowing our curiosity to lead us to new insights and experiences. Reflect on how this perspective might influence your learning processes and interpersonal interactions. How can adopting a don't know attitude lead to more authentic connections and creative breakthroughs? With humility and curiosity, embracing don't know invites us into a richer and more dynamic engagement with the world, celebrating the joy of continuous learning. Segment 90. Reality without rules. Exploring the concept of reality without rules invites us to challenge conventional boundaries and expand our thinking. Today, we delve into how stepping beyond established norms can inspire creativity and personal freedom. A reality without rules encourages us to question the limitations imposed by societal norms and expectations, enabling us to envision possibilities beyond the apparent constraints. Reflect on this thought-provoking question: how might perceiving reality without the traditional boundaries influence my understanding of personal potential and creative expression? Often, rules are seen as the frameworks that shape our experiences and guide our actions. However, they can also be barriers that confine our potential. By questioning these boundaries, we allow our true selves to emerge and thrive. Encountering reality without rules involves embracing flexibility and looking at life with a fresh perspective. It asks us to remain open to uncharted paths and to trust in our ability to adapt and innovate. Consider how you can apply this mindset to your own life. How can letting go of rigid boundaries promote a more authentic and liberated existence, empowering you to pursue your passions and ideals with courage? Ultimately, a reality without rules encourages us to craft our own path, leading us to discover new dimensions of personal and collective potential. Reflect on how this liberated approach might transform your everyday experiences and aspirations. How can viewing reality through this lens lead to a more fulfilling and adventurous life journey? By embracing a reality without rules, we step into a world of infinite possibilities, where creativity and authenticity thrive beyond conventional limits. Segment 91. The hidden calm in chaos. In the midst of life's unpredictability, discovering the hidden calm in chaos can be a profound practice of finding peace and clarity. Today, we explore how to cultivate serenity amidst the turbulence that often surrounds us. Finding calm in chaos invites us to look beneath the surface of disorder and confusion, tapping into an inner stillness that grounds us. It is about recognizing the quiet amidst the noise and fostering a sense of peace that prevails, regardless of external circumstances. Consider this insightful question. In moments of chaos, How can I access the hidden calm within myself, enabling me to navigate challenges with a clear mind and open heart? Chaos, by its nature, can feel overwhelming and disruptive. Yet, within its swirling energies, there lies an opportunity to connect deeply with our inner resilience and strength. By learning to anchor our focus and breathe through the tumult, we develop a steadiness that carries us through life's storms. It's about building an inner sanctuary where peace reigns, even when the outer world feels unstable. Reflect on ways you can nurture this inner calm in your own life. How might mindfulness practices, such as deep breathing, meditation, or reflective journaling, serve as tools to access the hidden calm during chaotic times? Ultimately, uncovering the hidden calm in chaos allows us to approach life's challenges with grace and perspective, empowering us to respond rather than react. Ponder how this perspective might influence your resilience and emotional well-being. How can discovering the calm within chaos help you to handle life's unpredictability with confidence and serenity? Through this practice, we learn to trust in the quiet strength of our inner calm, enabling us to shine our brightest in the midst of chaos. Segment 92. Time is not linear. The concept of time is not linear challenges us to rethink our perception of time and its impact on our lives. Today, we delve into the intriguing idea that time might be more fluid and complex than our traditional linear understanding suggests. Perceiving time as non-linear invites us to explore how experiences, memories, and future possibilities coexist and influence each other. It encourages us to consider how past, present, and future might intertwine in unexpected ways. Consider this compelling question: how might understanding time as a non-linear dimension alter my perception of experiences and shape my personal growth journey? Traditionally, time is viewed as a straightforward sequence of events. Yet, many thinkers and cultures have proposed that time flows differently, with moments influencing one another beyond a simple chronological order. Embracing a non-linear view of time can open us to the richness of the present moment and help us appreciate the cyclical patterns of life. It encourages us to view our personal narratives as dynamic and constantly evolving. Reflect on how you might integrate this perspective into your own life. How can recognizing the interconnectedness of past, present, and future enhance your awareness and foster a deeper connection with your lived experiences? Ultimately, understanding that time is not linear empowers us to detach from the constraints of rigid timelines, allowing us to engage with our personal and collective stories more creatively and flexibly. Ponder how this insight might transform your approach to personal growth and the pursuit of future goals. How can accepting the fluid nature of time inspire you to seize opportunities in the present? Embracing the idea that time is not a simple, straight path invites us into a more expansive view of our existence, where we can navigate life with greater freedom and intentionality. Segment 93. Truth is a mirror. Exploring the notion that truth is a mirror invites us to consider how our understanding of truth reflects our perceptions and inner realities. Today, we delve into how truth can be multifaceted, revealing different aspects of itself, depending on our viewpoint. Seeing truth as a mirror suggests that it not only reflects the world around us, but also reveals the nuances of our inner beliefs, biases, and insights. By examining truth through this lens, we can gain a deeper understanding of both ourselves and the world. Contemplate this thought-provoking question: How might viewing truth as a mirror enhance my understanding of personal perspectives and encourage empathy towards others? Every individual's perception is shaped by their unique experiences and knowledge. This means that truth, while constant, often presents itself differently to each person, mirroring the diversity of human thought. Understanding truth as multifaceted helps us to approach conversations and conflicts with open-mindedness, acknowledging that our perspective is one among many. It encourages us to seek common ground while appreciating the nuanced reflections others might see in the mirror. Reflect on how this perspective might influence your personal interactions. How can embracing the idea of truth as a mirror foster greater empathy and understanding in relationships, facilitating more meaningful connections? Ultimately, recognizing that truth is a mirror inspires us to embrace complexity and uncertainty, enhancing our capacity to appreciate diverse viewpoints and cultivate wisdom through reflection. Consider how this understanding could enrich your communication skills and personal growth. How might seeing truth as a reflective, multifaceted entity empower you to engage more deeply with both your own beliefs and those of others? By embracing the concept that truth is a mirror, we invite a richer, more nuanced exploration of the world, fostering a more harmonious and connected existence. Segment 94. The space between thoughts. The space between thoughts offers a profound opportunity to uncover the stillness and clarity that lie beyond the constant chatter of the mind. Today, we explore how accessing this space can enhance mindfulness and deepen our inner peace. Noticing the space between thoughts invites us to become aware of the silent intervals that naturally occur in our mental activity. It's about paying attention to the moments of quiet that exist amidst the flow of our thoughts, offering a gateway to greater awareness and presence. Consider this intriguing question: how can I cultivate a deeper awareness of the space between thoughts, allowing me to experience greater mental clarity and emotional balance? Our minds are often buzzing with thoughts, creating a continuous stream of consciousness. Yet, within this stream, brief moments of silence naturally arise, spaces where our thoughts pause and we can find respite and renewal. Learning to observe these spaces helps us cultivate a state of mindfulness where we become conscious of our awareness without becoming entangled in the thoughts themselves. It allows us to tap into a profound stillness that can refresh and revitalize our mental state. Reflect on how you can integrate this awareness into your daily life. How might practices such as meditation or mindful breathing help you become more attuned to the spaces between your thoughts, enhancing your ability to connect with the present moment? Ultimately, recognizing the space between thoughts empowers us to step back from the noise of the mind, offering a perspective that is calm, centered, and open to deeper insights. Ponder how this awareness might impact your mental well-being and emotional resilience. How can embracing the space between thoughts invite greater clarity and serenity into your life? By exploring the space between thoughts, we open ourselves to a more mindful existence, where peace and presence can be found amid beyond the constant flow of thought. Segment 95. Suffering Psi Identity. The concept of suffering to identity encourages us to disentangle our sense of self from the challenges we face. Today, we explore how understanding this distinction can foster resilience and empower personal growth. Realizing that suffering does not define our identity invites us to see ourselves as more than our hardships. While suffering is a natural part of the human experience, it is not the entirety of who we are. Consider this empowering question: how can I recognize my inherent strength and potential beyond the suffering I experience? Often, we may find ourselves identifying with our suffering, allowing it to shape our self-perception. Yet, this perspective can limit us, overshadowing the many positive aspects of our identity, such as our values, strengths, and aspirations. By understanding that suffering is an experience we face rather than an identity we possess, we open the door to healing and transformation. It encourages us to view hardships as opportunities for growth, rather than defining features of who we are. Reflect on how you can apply this realization in your own life. How might shifting your focus from suffering to personal strengths enhance your journey toward healing and self-discovery? Ultimately, recognizing that suffering to identity liberates us to explore our true selves beyond our difficulties, fostering a sense of empowerment and self-worth. Consider how this understanding might impact your resilience and perspective on life's challenges. How can differentiating between suffering and identity inspire you to embrace opportunities for growth and fulfillment? By embracing the distinction between suffering and identity, we allow our true selves to shine more brightly, cultivating a life enriched with meaning, purpose, and strength beyond adversity. Segment 96. Freedom from the story. Freedom from the story offers a transformative perspective on how we relate to our personal narratives. Today, we explore how distancing ourselves from these stories can lead to greater freedom and self-awareness. Our lives are often shaped by the stories we tell ourselves about who we are, based on our past experiences, beliefs, and perceptions. However, these stories can sometimes limit our potential by confining us to predefined roles and identities. Contemplate this thought-provoking question: how can I gain a deeper awareness of the stories I tell myself and choose to step beyond them to embrace new possibilities? Recognizing that these stories are just one interpretation of our lives allows us to create space for change and growth. It empowers us to rewrite narratives that no longer serve us, encouraging us to explore who we can become beyond the constraints of our past. Embracing freedom from the story invites us to live more mindfully in the present moment, where our actions and choices are not dictated by old narratives, but instead align with our true values and goals. Reflect on how this perspective might influence your personal journey. How can cultivating an openness to new stories enhance your sense of freedom and empower you to live with authenticity and purpose? Ultimately, achieving freedom from the story helps us to detach from limiting beliefs and embrace the full scope of our potential, fostering a life of greater fulfillment and intentionality. Consider how this understanding could transform your approach to challenges and opportunities. How might freeing yourself from the constraints of your personal story inspire you to pursue new paths and cultivate a more authentic existence? By embracing the idea of freedom from the story, we open ourselves to a world of infinite possibilities, redefining our lives with creativity, courage, and a renewed sense of freedom. Segment 97. The mind is not you. The mind is not you challenges us to explore the distinction between our true self and the activity of our mind. Today, we delve into how understanding this separation can promote clarity and self-discovery. Our minds are powerful tools, capable of processing vast amounts of information, solving problems, and generating thoughts. However, it is crucial to recognize that we are not merely the sum of these mental activities. Ponder this insightful question: how can acknowledging the distinction between my mind and my true self enhance my awareness and inner peace? Identifying with the mind's thoughts and narratives can lead us to overlook the deeper essence of who we truly are. We might become entangled in patterns of worry, judgment, or self-criticism, losing sight of our innate wisdom and potential. By realizing that the mind is not you, we create a space to observe our thoughts without becoming attached to them. This insight opens the door to a more profound awareness, where we can connect with our true nature beyond the mind's chatter. Reflect on how this understanding can inform your daily experiences. How might cultivating this awareness empower you to engage with the world from a place of authenticity and calm? Ultimately, understanding that the mind is not who we are helps us cultivate a state of presence and acceptance, where we can approach life with greater balance and freedom. Consider how this perspective might transform your relationship with your thoughts and emotions. How can acknowledging the mind's distinction from your true self inspire you to live with greater intention and peace? By embracing the concept that the mind is not you, we invite a deeper connection with our true essence, allowing us to navigate life's complexities with clarity, resilience, and serenity. Segment 98. The body knows first. The body knows first invites us to explore the profound wisdom inherent in our physical being. Today, we uncover how tuning into our body's signals can enhance our self-awareness and guide us toward healthier, more balanced lives. Our bodies possess an incredible ability to process and respond to information, often sensing truths before our minds consciously recognize them. By learning to listen to these signals, we can gain valuable insights into our emotions, needs, and overall well-being. Consider this intriguing question: how can I deepen my connection to my body's signals to make more informed and intuitive decisions in my life? Our body's sensations can serve as early indicators of stress, discomfort, or joy, providing us with real-time data that can inform our actions and choices. Becoming attuned to these sensations allows us to respond more effectively to our needs, fostering greater alignment between mind, body, and spirit. The body knows first encourages us to integrate practices like mindfulness, meditation, or yoga, which can help us cultivate a heightened awareness of our physical and emotional states. Reflect on how you can incorporate this understanding into your daily practice. How might listening to your body's wisdom enhance your ability to make decisions that support your health and happiness? Ultimately, acknowledging that the body knows first empowers us to trust our intuition and embrace a holistic approach to well-being, where physical sensations and mental processes are in harmony. Consider how this approach might transform your relationship with your body and overall life experience. How can tapping into your body's innate wisdom inspire you to live more authentically and joyfully? By recognizing the truth that the body knows first, we open ourselves to a deeper connection with our inner wisdom, guiding us toward a more balanced, fulfilling life. Segment 99. Nothing to fix. Nothing to fix presents a liberating perspective, inviting us to accept ourselves exactly as we are. Today, we explore how embracing this mindset can lead to a profound sense of self-acceptance and inner peace. In a world often focused on self-improvement and change, the notion of nothing to fix reminds us that we are inherently whole and complete, just as we are. This is not to dismiss personal growth, but to root it in a foundation of self-compassion and acceptance. Reflect on this empowering question: how can I approach my journey with the belief that I am whole and complete, rather than needing to fix or change myself? The belief that we are flawed or broken can lead us to endlessly seek fixes or improvements. Yet, by recognizing that there is nothing to fix, we can shift our perspective toward nurturing and honoring who we already are. This mindset encourages us to appreciate our strengths and embrace our imperfections as integral parts of our unique human experience. It fosters a more compassionate relationship with ourselves, allowing us to pursue growth from a place of love rather than inadequacy. Reflect on how this perspective might influence your approach to personal development. How can embracing the idea that there is nothing to fix inspire you to engage with your life from a space of authenticity and serenity? Ultimately, embracing nothing to fix allows us to live more fully in the present moment, free from the constant pressure to change or prove ourselves. This acceptance paves the way for a life rich in gratitude, connection, and meaning. Consider how adopting this mindset can transform your self-perception and relationships. How might it empower you to walk through life with a greater sense of ease and fulfillment? By embracing the concept that there is nothing to fix, we honor our inherent worth and foster a life of greater peace, joy, and authenticity. Segment 100. The cheat code to all cheat codes. The cheat code to all cheat codes beckons us to discover a universal principle that can transform every facet of our lives. Today, we unveil this powerful insight and explore how it can serve as a guiding light through life's challenges and opportunities. In our quest for shortcuts and solutions, we often seek strategies that promise quick results. Yet, the ultimate cheat code lies not in bypassing the journey, but in embracing it with awareness and intention. Ponder this fascinating question: what if the greatest cheat code in life is fully engaging with each moment and aligning our actions with our deepest values? The true cheat code emerges when we cultivate presence and mindfulness, approaching each situation with curiosity and openness. This profound awareness helps us navigate life's complexities with wisdom and grace, revealing opportunities we might otherwise overlook. The cheat code to all cheat codes reminds us that cultivating a mindful presence is not about perfection, but about consistently returning to the here and now, where our greatest power resides. Reflect on how integrating this insight into your daily life might influence your decisions and interactions. How can embracing this ultimate cheat code guide you toward greater fulfillment and clarity? Ultimately, recognizing the cheat code to all cheat codes empowers us to lead lives of purpose and intentionality. This approach transforms challenges into opportunities for growth and learning, enhancing our ability to thrive. Consider how this realization might shift your perception of success and achievement. How can it inspire you to live more authentically and harmoniously, aligned with your highest aspirations? By embracing the cheat code to all cheat codes, we tap into a boundless source of inner wisdom, navigating life with renewed courage and inspiration.